Hello, friends. I'm Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. I can't do it. I can't be like that. Welcome to Micro Monday. We are going to look at the post jungle gym bashing damage. What you were just watching is this little guy at a new fresh jungle gym. And we're going to talk about the most fun tiny whoop
in the world.
Shirt of the day! Speak of the man. We are going to put the BLV4 into a tiny lifter today. And then at 10 o'clock, 2 hours from now, we're going to do a live auction, a 30-minute live auction of a Newbie Drone 65. This is the Newbie Drone BLV1, the first generation of the Acrobee board, which has some benefits. It doesn't have a receiver on board, MPU 6000 gyro, and it's a little bit lighter. In a cockroach frame with 0802 25,000 kV motors and the GemFan Prototype 3 and 4-blade props, goober canopy, BI camera, regular old whip antenna, and an EP2. It's set up for Express LRS. So yeah, at 10 o'clock, which is the normal time that my stream starts Monday nights, yeah, we're gonna dive in and get that going, and it should be fun. Why do I just have an Immortal T sitting here? Where's the little? There's supposed to be a little piece of TPU on this. Bueller, what's happening here? All right, here, this one has it. Cool, and what else? Hey, the M4 stick end box is going back out. If you want to try every single M4 stick end that exists to see which one you like, head on over to the Discord channel. You have to be a patron. If you're not a patron, you got to give me $3 whole per month. You can cancel after 1 month if you really want to. But you won't, because there's all kinds of good stuff going on over there. You're going to love it, I swear. Join my Patreon. That'll give you full access to the Discord channel. And in the Patreon only section of the Discord channel, there's a text channel called Stick and Dickens, because I'm a child. And in that, in there, if you scroll up to the top, it explains. Basically, you're going to PayPal me at least $4 because that's what shipping costs. And you're going to get put on the list. The more you PayPal, the higher up you go in the list. The earlier you're going to get this box. There are 2 people right now. And yeah, it has all the stick ends. You use them all, keep the box for a week or so. Try to keep it, as close to that as possible. If it goes 2 weeks, not the end of the world, but just try to do it as quick as possible. Try them all out. Figure out which ones you love, and then you're going to slap, I put a bunch of different labels, and the labels are numbered to go to each person. Slap a label on, and it goes to the next person. And that's how it works. So, yeah. It doesn't have every single stick end that exists, because a lot of the stick ends are out of stock. So it has every stick end that is in stock, well, at least that was in stock when I put it together, from the internet. There are... In each one of these boxes, I have one box for M3 and another box for M4. So you need to check what your transmitter uses, M3 or M4 stick ends. Yeah, I've got one box for each. Each box is like between $300 and $400 worth of stick ends, so it's kind of crazy. But for the good of the collective, right? The flight footage at the beginning there, like I said, was the ultimate freestyle Mobula 7. Basically, it's just a Mobula 7 ELRS with Gemfan biblades, BT 2.0, the Weebleed FPV 1S 450 mAh folded cell batteries, and the tinywhoop.com 0802 27,000 kV motors with the 1.5mm shaft. The frame broke. The Mobula 7 V4 frame actually broke. I ripped the front screw mounting point right on out of the base. We're gonna take this apart and I'll show you exactly where it pulled out. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. I think I have a way of fixing that though. I think I have a fix for that. I think if I put these screws even deeper, we'll talk about it in a little while. In the chat, Frank Nicholas was first. Freelojo was next. Buried Alive, Kevin Sumner, Steve-O, Freelojo, Gusto, Fractalize, Scott, Northern Tier, Recyclops, Flush FPV, Mick Mucus, Buried Alive a bunch, David Smith, 8-Bit, Seabagsy, Kiz Bartlett, Bob Bruce, Eric Moe, Brandon Woodford, Tommy B, Michael D, Eat the Fish. Sometimes things just line up perfectly. Adam C. Chomper's in the house. What's up, Chomper? How are you, brother? Mr. Blue Sky. Mr. Blue Sky, a package went out on its way to you with a ton of stuff in it today. Kevin Sumner, C. Bagsy, I am Gross, Adam C. again, Carlux, Kiz Bartlett, Marshmallow Hunters, Ethan, Steve-O, Kiz Bartlett, Borked, Michael D. again, Steve-O again, Morton Upshot, Chris Long. What's up, friends? Thanks for coming. Again, 10 o'clock. Everything's happening. It's all going down at 10 o'clock. All right. Hey, here's a here's a YouTube channel that I want to feature. I want to feature this YouTube channel. I'm an important person, so I'm gonna feature. Fuck you, world. This is a great YouTube channel. Recursion Labs. He's done some amazing testing on micros. 3.5-inch props, 3-inch props. Really, 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 really good stuff in here. And he's a really decent pilot. So yeah, check this channel out for sure. I've been having a blast looking through a bunch of his stuff. There is plenty to learn from him, and this is the first person that I've ever seen do thrust testing and dial in on the hover point and like actually talk about what's happening at the hover point. Most thrust testing, it's just, hey, look at what they do at full throttle. This one makes more power at full throttle. All right, bye. Like, who gives a shit about full throttle? I mean, full throttle does matter a little bit, but we spend like a sum total of 4 seconds through the course of a 5-minute battery at full throttle, because we only go full throttle for like a split second at a time. So yeah, this is one of the best, most detailed, most useful channels that I've seen. He's done a good amount of testing. Unfortunately, most of his testing is with older stuff, older motors and older propellers. So like, for example, he tests a bunch of 3-inch propellers, and the end result is that the old school HQ 3x3x3s are like come out on top. Those propellers don't even exist to me because they're so incredibly fragile. Like, if you look at them wrong, the prop breaks off at the hub. So yeah, that's kind of annoying. But you know, when he's doing the propeller testing and he's showing that propeller, just ignore it. Just pretend like that propeller doesn't exist, because it basically doesn't. And you'll be completely fine. But yeah, really, really, really good approach to testing, and yeah, it's a great video. It's a great channel rather, and he's got a bunch of really cool stuff on there. So check him out. You're gonna dig it. In the chat, if you want to talk directly to me, all you got to do is type CiottiFPV. If you do that, it'll light up in orange like this, and I'll know that you're talking to me. Otherwise, I will give you your privacy so that you can talk amongst yourselves about whatever you want. Bob Bruce tagged me and said, how's it going, everybody? Tommy B said, what's up, gangly gang? Michael D said, hello, hello. Adam C says, hello. Kevin Sumner dropping the CiottiFPV.com link. Adam C says, how's it hanging? And C Bagsy says, good day. Speaking of CiottiFPV.com, that is my silly little website. It's not really a website, it's a link tree. This is how you can help me out, this website. Patreon helps me the most. It's the closest thing that I have to a paycheck, and you're going to get a whole bunch of benefits from joining the Patreon for as little as $3 a month. In 1 week, we're going to be doing 4 giveaways, and to get in on 3 of those giveaways, you got to be on my Patreon. So join up, or I will hunt you down and mercy kill you. Your choice, my friends. Huge shout out to WOM FPV for joining the Patreon on a crazy tier. So shout out to WOM, and shout out to Mr. Huggy as well. He PayPal'd $20 for that second build that I got done the other night, because he said at the beginning of the stream he would send $20 for each build that gets done. I am now completely caught up on shipping stuff out. So if you have ordered something from me, or sticker packs or anything, or if you want a giveaway, if you don't get it by next week, message me, because it's lost in the mail or I forgot to send it or something. But yeah, I am completely caught up on shipping stuff right now. Etsy has a whole bunch of really fun stickers and random hardware that might be handy to you during your buildings. Your buildings? Great. During your builds. On Fiverr, you can work one-on-one with me to fly better, tune better, build better. Teespring's got a bunch of fun stuff. This is how you send me money directly without the evil YouTube and or Google overlords taking 30%. And then look at all these affiliate links, yo. When you buy something online, somebody's got an affiliate link. Help them out. We Bleed FPV, Newbie Drone, FPV Cycle, Amazon, Get FPV, oh my god, HD Zero, Flywoo, Bang Good, Camera Butter, AliExpress. Newbie Drone, if you guys didn't know, Newbie Drone is not just Tiny Whoop stuff. They've got more 5-inch and 3-inch stuff than Tiny Whoop stuff. So check Newbie Drone out, yo, and use my affiliate link if you don't mind. They've got all kinds of stuff. They also have stuff that like nobody else has. Certain motors, like I think the Axis 1404s that I really like, they have and nobody else has them in the higher KV. Hey, in Recursion Labs' testing, the T-Motor 1404 does extremely well, and the Axis 1404 is very similar to it. So I'm not surprised that I've had such a good time with those Axis 1404s, and now I really want to snag a set of T-Motor 1404s. I'm considering moving the entire Ripsqueak fleet over to 1404s. We'll see. I don't know. I think I already said this, but yeah, tonight we're putting the BLV4 into a tiny lifter, and we're also going to color coordinate the tiny lifters a little bit better. Right now they're black frames with clear canopies, and we can't have that. I can't go to Florida with some ugly ass two-tone tiny lifters. Not happening. What I'm going to do is the one of them still has the Betaflight 1102 motors. The other one has the Newbie Drone Flow motors. So basically the Betaflight motors are black. So we're going to black this one all the way out. So this one is just going to get a canopy swap. Clear canopy is going to get swapped with a black canopy. And then I'm going to take the black TPU off of this one. So it'll be fully fucking murdered out except for the True RC antenna. And then the other one, this is the one that's going to get the BLV4, because this one I'm going to take the AIO out of this black frame and put it into a clear frame, and then it'll get the clear canopy. Actually, I'll just take the canopy and TPU off of this one. So yeah, the BLV4 will be a clear frame, silver motors, clear canopy, and then red TPU on top. If you're not going to fly good, you better damn well look good, my friends. Always remember that. Never forget, ever. So yeah, there's that. And that's all I have to say about that. Let me get caught up on chat. How's that for a stall? C Bagsy says, "Good day." Kiz Bartlett says, "I thought you were wearing a t-shirt of your own face for a minute there. Are you saying that I look like an orangutan?" Come on now. I look nothing like Jeremy Clarkson. I'm far more handsome than he. Maybe. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Ethan W says, "What can cause flyaways?" Ooh, boy. It's actually a really good question. A lot of things can cause flyaways, but if you break them all down, the PID loop is angry. Is the general, like, is the way to sum it all up. All right, why is the PID loop angry? Well, now we get into like a million different things, but flyaways are caused by an overactive PID loop. So we talk a lot about how the PID loop works, and so we're going to dive back into that for a second. So the wind, you're flying, and the wind hits you, and the wind pushes the quad up like this. The PID loop sees at like 1/4000 or 1/8000th of a second, it sees the frame start to move up. It sees that in the gyro. So as soon as that happens, the PID loop is going to break down this front motor and power up this rear motor. The wind wants to do this in this scenario. The PID loop wants to fight it. So the PID loop has the ability to break a motor down or accelerate a motor. If you arm your quad and it just starts flying away, what the PID loop is doing is it's confused, and it's sending a bunch of power and usually braking commands to the motors. Now, the motors can only brake a little bit, especially at idle. At idle, they can only brake a tiny little bit because they're already at idle where they're kind of as slow as they can get. With digital idle, though, they can brake a little bit more. But just for the sake of this argument, they can't brake very much at idle. So in order to fix whatever the hell problem the PID loop thinks it's going to do, it's going to put power into the motors, and the rig is going to fly away. So the real question is, why is my PID loop angry? And that could be a lot of different things. The two main situations, though, are that you've either got too much electrical noise or you've got too much physical noise, physical vibrations. My first question would be, when did this start? Like, is this a bind and fly that you bought and it's doing this? Or is this a rig that you've had and you've flown and it hasn't been doing this and now all of a sudden it's doing this? If that's the case, which it usually is, what happened, right? Because, like, it didn't just magically start doing this. There has to be something that caused this. Like, you don't just fly a rig and then drive home and then drive back out and fly it again and it just flies away. I mean, if that happened, then in your car the rig got smashed, right? But we need to, when problems pop up, you always gotta just go back in time because something happened, right? Like, if the rig is performing differently right now than it was previously, something happened there. And whatever happened there, you smacked it into a tree, you plugged in a 12S battery, like, God only, like, that is where the problem is sort of coming from. But at its heart, what causes flyaways are the motors ramping up, and usually the rig is oscillating at the same time because it thinks that there's a problem, and it's going back and forth, motor to motor to motor to motor to motor, to try to fix that problem. Electrical noise is, like, all over the place. So electrical noise is going to completely confuse the PID loop because the gyro is going to be like, the gyro, when you're sitting there at idle, the gyro should just be chilling. But if there's electrical noise, the gyro is like, ah, and it's just sending, ah, and the PID loop is, ah. So that's what causes flyaways. Dan Zilla Terrible says, hey, all you punks, including CiottiFPV. Morton Upshot says, I'll check it out. I'll tell him Gangly Boy sent. Mr. Blue Sky says, looking forward to my collective t-shirt. Hope it's in there. Thanks, dude. Yeah, that's why it took me so long to send this. Teespring, actually, they didn't ship my order, and I wasn't paying attention. So I eventually was like, wait a second, why is Blue Sky's package still sitting here? And I went on Teespring, and the order was, like, all jammed up, and I emailed them. I'm like, yo, this order's been sitting for, like, almost a month. What the hell's going on? And they rush sent it overnight. So, yeah, sorry about the delay, but it was Teespring's fault for a change. Usually shipping delays are 100% my fault. Hey, sticker packs are available. There aren't many of the of these two specific sticker packs left, so act now. We've got a matte pack, which is a matte Micro King sticker, a matte Gangly Gang sticker, and a matte CiottiFPV sticker. And then we've got a glossy or holographic pack, which is a glossy window cling. This will stick on the inside or the outside of a window. Holographic Gangly Gang sticker and holographic CiottiFPV sticker. $10, CiottiFPV.com. There's a PayPal button. PayPal me $10. Tell me which one you want with your address, and I'll ship it right on out to you. I will be on vacation Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday morning. So yeah, act now. I don't. Act now? Who says that? Morons, that's who. Hold on. Hold on, please. I gotta move these little screws over here, or else they will absolutely get lost. Okay. There we go. All right. And almost there. Getting closer. And there we go. Tuner Taxi says, hi, what's up, homie? Hey, who's going to Rampage this year? Type Rampage in the chat if you're going. Sleepy CBR says, got my packages today. Thanks, you're certainly welcome. Yeah, a bunch of you guys got your packages. Take pictures of all the stuff and put it on the internet, and I'll share them, and you'll get some people clicking on your channel, and you'll feel like a winner! Or not. Maybe you will, though. Don't you want to feel like a winner? Rather than a wiener? Oh. That was the corniest shit. Okay, extra little set of Betaflight 1108s with the newbie. That's where all my newbie drone connectors are. They're on all these damn tiny lifter motors. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Hey, I flew the nostalgic rig today. The classic, the OG. Man, oh man, can I tell the difference between 4S and 6S? From the very first blip of the throttle, I could just immediately tell the difference. 6S winds up, it accelerates the propellers so much faster than 4S. This rig is on 2400 kV T-Motor F40 Pro 2s, which are a motor that I ran forever. And on my 6S rigs for a long time, I had 1600 kV T-Motor F40 Pro 2s. And they spun up pretty much the same as the Pro 4s with the throttle limit. And yeah, I took this thing off and I stabbed the throttle, and like the delay of the motors like rip was just so incredibly noticeable. Other than that, it flies actually really good. I changed the filtering around a little bit than it was, and yeah, it's completely fine. I'll probably never fly it again, but it's nice to have it. If one of the kids wants to dive into flying and graduates to 5-inch, this might be what I let them fly, although I don't know, I wouldn't want them to break arms on this because I can't get more of the arms, although I could probably just ask Bob for the file and have some cut. But yeah, I don't know. I think I might just put this back on the shelf and leave it there forever. Because like it doesn't fly that great. Like it flies fine. Man, I'll tell you what, I was not used to 30 degrees of up tilt. I almost felt like there was extra up tilt, but I don't think there is. I think that's pretty much bang on 30 degrees. I've been flying these tiny whoops so much that I've really gotten used to like low up tilt, and I was struggling a little bit to do power loops and stuff. The VTX has started to act up in here too, which is kind of fucking annoying. But yeah, I mean, I won't notice that when it's sitting on the shelf not being flown, so. But yeah, it flew. We can watch it if you guys want. You don't really want it though. There's just no need. It flies like a 5-inch. It you know, there's nothing really all that magical about it, if I'm completely honest. I hate to admit that, but it flies just like an old 5-inch rig. Flies a lot like a KISS rig, actually. Oh, sick burn. Not really, just the truth. You know, that's not true, because this is on Betaflight 4.2, so it flies better than a KISS rig. No, it actually does fly like a KISS rig. It's got like that latency, it's got like that softness, which, you know, you can get with modern rigs digitally. This banged up ass Session 5 worked unbelievably. I don't know if I had it. Did I have it in there right side up? I did have it in there right side up. Yeah. If you guys want to see what an old rig flies like, we can pull that up or not. Either or, fine. Denzel the Terrible says, Morton Upshot, I haven't done it myself. so I can't speak to that. Hopefully CiottiFPV can touch on it. Don't like the stress in the UFL when I try to stuff it up under the lid. What causes flyaways? You didn't test failsafe. Well, my 4S Recon 3 based Ripper would jump 6 feet on arm. What? Adjusted filtering, it's my favorite now. What are we touching on here? Morton Upshot also says Mobula 6 Meteor frame with true RC singularity antenna. Was told it would fit in the Mobula 6 canopy, but I don't believe it. How do you hang your RHCP dongly dong? You got to buy the right one. All of my little Ultimate Freestyle Tiny Whoops have the singularity stuffed up in there. You got to get the really short singularity, which you can get from either tinywhoop.com or Weebly. And if we just go on here and search for singularity, we'll find it. Come on here, search for singularity. So this is the one that you want, the ultra short. This is the one that'll fit in the canopy. And here it is on tinywhoop.com. So yeah, this is the one that this is the one that you need to fit in the Mobula 6 canopy. And then this is the one that you would want for the tiny lifters. This is the one that I've got on the on both tiny lifters. So yeah, the small antennas here, they're really good, but they're incredibly fragile, and they don't give you as good performance as the regular singularity. But my God, are they lightweight? They're not durable enough for me though, so I'm sticking with the regular singularities from now on. Have been for a while actually. But if you want to save every possible gram, the little small antenna is the only option. Well, that's not true. You can just do a jibby jabby. 1.03 grams, 0.89 grams. Interesting. But yeah, there you go. Those are the singularities that you need. 69. Moving on. Ethan W says, I think it is electrical noise. I took it apart and forgot to retwist some wires. Yeah, just rack your brain over what happened when you took it apart. If you run the wires differently too, that can cause problems. Like if you had the wires running around this way and you changed them over to this way, and now all of a sudden they're right on top of the gyro, maybe touching the gyro, that can cause a problem. Mr. Blue Sky says PayPal sent to heck with Googly Goo's fees. Thank you, brother. Let's see here. Oh, damn! Michael Jones jumping on a mega Patreon tier. Thank you, brother. Welcome to the Gangly Gang, Michael. Welcome to the Gangly Gang WAM FPV as well. I forgot to say it. Good Lord, brother. Thank you so much. Super generous. Super, super, super generous. Michael Jones is going to be in all 3 of the giveaways next Monday, and all 3 of the ones 2 Mondays after that, and 2 Mondays after that. John Jones with a $25 PayPal. Thank you, homie. Is that you? Is that you, Blue Sky? It is, because I printed the label out. I knew that sounded familiar. Thank you, brother. Very, very cool of you. My order's being shipped. Interesting. Buried Alive says, just checked Ripsqueak V2 out of stock. Any other place to get them than BQE? Unfortunately not. GetFPV had a couple, but I think you guys bought them all. Let's take a look. Yep, they gone. I'm gonna do my best. Like as soon as I get the new version of the frame in, I'm gonna try to get the frame knocked out with Ryan as quick as possible, but I'm just waiting on Ryan, and I can't really rush him because he's done thousands of dollars of engineering for me for free. So, Bulldog FPV says, got my stickers over the weekend. Thanks for the extras. They'll go to good use. You're certainly welcome, my friend. Tuner Texie says, loud AF. What's loud? Me? Are my levels too high? I moved the mic a little bit closer to me. Is that what's going on? Kevin Sumner's going to Rampage. Carlux, Tuner Taxi. Looks like that might be it for now. I'll browbeat you guys into, more of you guys into going, maybe. Freelojo says, my middle name says I'm a wiener. Denzel the Terrible says, what's on your shirt? One of my personal heroes. What would Jeremy Clarkson do? He would curse and punch. Morton Upshot says, she wants to fly, don't put baby in the corner. YouTube just did the thing. Cold Front Penguin with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, homie. He says, will you ever do micro 2S builds or mainly Whoop? So since it's Whoop season right now, and has been for a while, Cold Frontin', that's like the majority of what I've been doing. But when the weather warms up, I tend to do more 3-inch, 2.5-inch, 3.5-inch micro brushless content. 2S, I mean, like these tiny lifters are on 2S. 2S is kind of tough because it's not really enough to carry a lot of the HD cameras, and you could make a pretty strong argument that it's too much to just drag around an analog camera. Now that we've got like the DJI 03 unit and Walk Snail, 2S becomes a little bit more realistic, but I think the other problem is that it's like kind of the least popular battery voltage, so there are the least number of like motors available, and yeah, so 2S is kind of interesting. 2S is similar to 4-inch, where it's kind of like this bastard child, where it doesn't get a lot of attention, and that makes it kind of hard to find a really good flying setup, because it's hard to find the exact right set of motors to match with whatever propellers. All that being said, my Vista pick is actually set up for 2S. And I got this finished up right as like the weather got really cold. This is a TP3 toothpick with a naked Vista in it, and a Nebula Pro Nano. And I've put a couple of batteries through this. I'm not really happy with it. I put an old school AIO in it that does not have enough capacitance and has electrical noise problems. So I can't really get the tune all that aggressive in it. And that just like makes it kind of annoying to fly, because it doesn't fly all that well. But when the weather gets a little bit nicer here, I will put this back up in the air, and at some point I will almost certainly swap out this AIO for a more recent AIO that won't have such a hard time with electrical noise. And that'll get it flying better. I don't know. Toothpicks for me, my first like 2+ years in this hobby were spent like developing sort of the toothpick formula without really knowing that I was doing that. And I flew easily 1,000+ batteries on something pretty similar to this, lower performance than this, but the toothpick formula, 3-inch bi-blades, very lightweight, 1S, 2S, 3S. 1S at first, then up to 2S, then up to 3S eventually. And yeah, I kind of moved away from it because it's the disc loading, which is basically just the size of the propellers to the ratio of weight, is kind of too low. So like when you jump off the throttle with these little really lightweight rigs, which are typically 2S rigs, they don't have much throw, and that prevents you from being able to do like big gnarly power loops over big wide trees and just, you know, throw it up over big long gaps and stuff like that. And I really like doing that stuff. 5-inch, you know, flying tons and tons and tons of 5-inch has really spoiled me with being able to do that. So it's a little bit hard to go back. What is nice about this rig is that it's incredibly quiet, so I can fly this in front of the house without the neighbors even remotely caring or knowing that I'm flying. All my neighbors are really cool, so I can fly the ripsqueaks and just rail out in front of the house, and they're fine. But yeah, I don't want to wear out my welcome. So this thing will certainly get some use. What I'm actually most interested, to be honest, in doing with this is live streaming. I've got the DJI Smart Controller, and now that I've got the Ethernet actually run and plugged into the computer, I can turn the Smart Controller on without grenading my live stream. So yeah, I'll be able to fly this in front and behind the house live on stream. It'll have to be Sundays. Well, no, not true. We'll get sunlight until like 9 p.m. in the summertime. So Whoop Wednesday streams from 6 to 8. I'll be able to fly there. Sunday, I'll certainly be able to fly from 3 to 5 Eastern here. And then maybe even Friday. Yeah, 7 to 9 is the stream on Friday, so I'll be able to fly a little bit on Friday too. So yeah, you'll get to see some HD flying from this little guy at some point. And yeah, this is set up for 2S. I kind of glossed over that. These are the RC & Power 1204 8000 kV motors. And yeah, like these are kind of the only motors. These are the only 1204 or 1303 motors that are a high enough kV to really work well on 2S. It's unfortunate. Most of these little motors are like 5000 kV or 6000 kV, and that's just not enough. We need 7500 or 8000 bare minimum. So yeah, it's kind of a shame that there aren't more high kV motor options. Not only is it a shame, but it's fucking infuriating. It happens with 3-inch motors too. Like these 1404s, none of them are really high enough kV. Some of them are just barely high enough, but none of them are like really a good kV. So yeah, and like what makes it extra annoying is that we have motor limiting in Betaflight now. So these motor manufacturers should take every single motor that they make and wind them for at least 1000 more kV, if not 2000 more kV, and then just we all understand, like, hey, we got to go into motor limiting and turn it down to 90%. And then guess what? If we ever want more power, we can do it in the fucking OSD rather than having to remove our motors and buy a set of higher kV motors. It's really a shame that the entire industry hasn't realized how amazing throttle motor limiting is in Betaflight and made adjustments. But it's, you know, what do I know? I just work here. Ethan W says that is the best shirt I've ever seen. Yeah, I know. This is hands down my favorite t-shirt that I own. I very rarely wear this t-shirt. It's at least 10 years old now. And it's only been washed a couple times because like I wear it on stream usually, and then I'll take it right off and I just put it right back on the hanger. I don't even wash it. I don't like sweat or anything, you know, during these streams. So, but I haven't even worn this much. It just like sits in my closet as like this incredible treasure. This was a shirt from Redbubble way long ago, and they do not make it anymore. I by the time I realized that I should buy another one, it was gone. I wish I'd gotten 3 of the damn things, because then I would actually like wear them. But I think I wore this to an autocross once. That's how old this shirt is. I got this shirt when I was still doing autocrosses. Yeah, I think I wore it once, but that was it. I was like, nah, it's gonna get sweaty. Fuck that. Kevin Sumner says, where should we stay at Rampage? Anything specific we should bring, especially stuff we might not think of? Here's the thing that bites people in the ass at Rampage more often than not. If you get a campsite and you tent camp right next to GTI, which is the name of the place, I think it's GTI, right next to there is like an iron mine or something, whatever. It's extremely loud, and they run all night long. So all night long when you're trying to sleep, there is like the hum of like big industrial equipment and like bang, 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 bang. So like if you're not a really heavy sleeper and you get a tent spot and try to sleep in a tent, you're going to hate your life. There are Airbnbs that are 15, 20, 30 minutes away. There are also some hotels and motels that are relatively close. To me, the move is to bring an RV. Because then you've got physical walls separating you from all that racket. It's really cool to stay on site. I mean, there are like dorms on site that you can stay in, but they're heinously expensive. So yeah, to me, the move is to rent an RV and stay, and they have RV parking, and so you get an RV spot, and it's a lot cheaper. And there you go. So yeah, that in my opinion is the move. Other than that, like, it's not far away from civilization. There's a Walmart right down the street. So like, you know, if you forget something, you can just pick it up. It is kind of big there. Like, you'll walk a quarter of a mile in between flight lines, or a half a mile in between flight lines. So like, the people that bring like one wheels and scooters and shit like that, I'm always very jealous of them. They do have golf carts that volunteers drive around, so you can always get a ride, but like, it's nice to have your own kind of transport. There's a huge like cafeteria area with tables where you can just hang out in the air conditioning and fix shit. It's usually pretty hot there. It's in the middle of nowhere, South Carolina, and it gets hot as hell. Although they're doing a little bit earlier this year to try to help with that. This year is going to be pretty nuts. If you go onto the Rampage website, it talks about it. It talks about a new flight line that we've never seen before. Don't go by the picture on the website. Go by the text that's there. Although they might have... They might have changed the picture already. I mean, it's on the website. Hold on. Yeah, here you go. So, this is gonna be fucking nuts. Yeah, I can't really talk about that, but I know what they're up to with it, and it's gonna be bananas. So yeah, that should be pretty rad. That's about it, man. There's a bunch of people. It gets a little cold at night. Bunch of freestyle freaks. Come and have a good time. It's super fun. It's very expensive. Don't get me wrong. I would not go unless I was volunteering. And was able to basically go for free. But yeah, if you can swing it. And they are always looking for volunteers. So message Stacy. Just stay on top of like the Rotor Riot Facebook page, and they will post, or Facebook group rather, and they will post info about volunteers. Or just message them and say, hey, I want to volunteer for the event. Tell me more, and they'll hook you up. But yeah, that's about it. That's all I can really think of. Ethan W says, what would you have to change in Betaflight in order to set up a quad to use both 1S and 2S? You would probably need to put a motor limit on for 2S. So what you would do is your PID profile 1 would be for 1S. And you would have your motor limiting at 100%, and you set everything up. And then at the very bottom of Betaflight, there's a little field that you can select the battery size. I'll show you. Betaflight's going to take 10,000 hours to load. Here's a little more of the Jungle Gym ripping session from today. This little Mobula 7 with these motors performed unbelievably well, and the motors still spin completely clean. So yeah, the 1.5mm shafts on these tiny Whoop motors are absolutely the way to go. I was very impressed. I had a fucking blast flying this Jungle Gym today. All right, so in here, down towards the bottom, is cell count. So you would set this to 1 for your 1S profile. And what that's going to do is when you plug the battery in, it's going to read the voltage, and it's going to compare the voltage to this right here, the maximum cell voltage. And if you plug a battery in that's at more than 4.5 volts, it's going to do the calculation, and in this case, it's going to see that it's a 2S. If you plug a 3, if you plug a battery in that's more than 9 volts, it's going to know that it's a 3S. 13.5, more than 13.5 volts, it's going to know it's a 4S. So it automatically just kind of figures it out. I want to raise this up a little bit. There we go. So yeah, and like, you don't have to set this. This is preset. This maximum cell voltage is like good to go. You don't have to worry about this. All you have to do is set your cell count down here. So you're going to have PID profile 1, B for 1S, and then you're going to come down here to PID profile 2. You're going to have to set a bunch of shit back up. You can just like copy profile. You can copy profile, like right now I'm on profile 2. So here's what you'll do. Load up profile 1, set it to cell count 1, and then click copy profile, and you're going to copy profile 1 that you're currently on, copy values from current profile to profile 2. So now that's going to make an exact copy of all your stuff on profile 2, but what you're then going to do is set your cell count down here to 2 cell. So it's going to automatically pick one of these profiles depending upon the cell count. Now, on your profile 2, what you're going to do is set a little motor output limit. So set your motor output limit to like 70%, and then see how that feels. And so every time you plug in a 2S battery, it's going to automatically switch you to PID profile 2. Your motor limit is going to be there. You might need to adjust your PIDs a little bit, but that's fine. You're going to have 2 separate profiles. If it's a clean rig, your PIDs actually should be fine between 1 and 2. But it really does depend on a million different things. So yeah, that's what you're going to do. And you can set different rates. You can set different filters, all by doing that little setup there. It's super simple, super straightforward. Yeah, works amazingly well. I had that set up for a long time on my 5-inch freestyle rigs that I was running on both 4S and 6S. And I just didn't have to think about it. Like, they all had 2400 kV motors. I would plug in whatever the hell battery it was. It would automatically pop to the PID profile. I would, land and tune it, and I wouldn't have to think about it because whatever battery it's on, it has automatically selected that profile. So yeah, it was like completely seamless. And eventually, I kind of forgot about it for a while. And then eventually I was like, oh, right, I have this set up. I mean, I kind of forgot about it because I moved over to 6S completely. My transition from 4S to 6S was basically that I just stopped buying 4S batteries and I would only buy 6S batteries. And then eventually, as I just destroyed more and more of those 4S batteries, I didn't have any left, and I had only been buying 6S batteries, so it was just this really smooth transition. If you're currently on 4S with 5-inch, you should do the same thing. You should never buy another 4S battery again, unless you have a specific reason like long range to be doing it. But if you're doing freestyle 5-inch on 4S, stop. Stop buying 4S batteries. Do what I just showed you. And the other thing you'll do is, as you break those 2400 kV motors, replace them with 1600, 1700, 1800, 1900 kV 6S motors. The PID loop, never mind. You can't do that, because if you replace a 2400 kV motor with a 6S kV lower kV motor, it's going to drag all the other motors down. So you can't do that. But yeah, just start buying 6S kV motors one at a time, and eventually you'll have a full set, and you can swap them on all at once. Great question, Ethan. Morton Upshot says 1204 motors on that toothpick. Indeed. Zeph D says, do you know the values I should put into Betaflight for the Betafpv F4 1S 5 amp to get the correct MAH used? It's currently saying way more than my 1S capacity. I do not, Zeft. I've not noticed that on mine, but as I fly that rig, if you remind me, I'll pay attention. When you see me about to fly the tinywhoop.com rig, tag me in the chat and say, yo, help me dial in my MAH on mine, and we'll do it together. Here's what I'll say, though. Here's what you do. Here's how you do it. You fly a battery, and you look at the MAH used at the end of the battery, and you just make a mental note. Is it too high or is it too low? It's probably going to be too high. It's almost always too high. So then you come in here to power and battery, and this is the number that's wrong, this scale. So if you fly a 300 mAh battery and it says you've expended 1,000 mAh, you're going to take this motor and you're going to up this number and you're going to up it a lot. From 470, you're going to go to like 1,000. And then you're going to fly another battery. And you're going to see if the number is still too high, you continue to raise this. And you just do it kind of trial and error. Just keep moving that scale up and down. You can even do it in the OSD. But keep fucking around with that scale. It's the amp scale. And at the end of every battery, just look at your milliamps used, and eventually you'll get that scale to the point where at the end of your 300 mAh battery, the mAh used says 300, and that's kind of it. There are ways of doing it with multimeters, but that, like, the way that I'm telling you to do it is actually a better bet, because everybody flies their batteries down to a different voltage. And so for each one of us, we have our own way of flying. That MAH counter is just a countdown timer for us. So if we get it perfectly the way that we fly for whatever voltage we fly our batteries down to, that's going to work best for each one of us individually. If you only fly your batteries down to 3.8 volts per cell, that MAH counter, if it hits 300 at your normal time that you come in and land, awesome. That's what you want, right? If I personally fly my batteries down to like fucking 3.2, so for me, I want that MAH counter to say 300 at 3.2. Makes sense? I know that sounds a little bit weird, but it's basically just a countdown timer, because it's really hard to get it like absolutely dead on accurate. But technically speaking, if your battery is properly fully charged, and then you fly it all the way down to 3.5 volts resting, that should be that's what that MAH count should be, if you want to try to get it like correct. That's how they calculate that, from fully charged to 3.5. Ethan W says, either you're a genius or an idiot. You're not an idiot. There's all kinds of stuff in Betaflight that's hidden that like nobody uses, that you just need somebody you need somebody that uses it to then show you. And yeah, not many people dig into stuff. PID-SUM is like that. Crash recovery is like that. What else is like that? Launch mode is like that. There's a whole bunch of things that are really handy in Betaflight. The OSD switching. There's a whole bunch of stuff in Betaflight that's really, really, really handy that just nobody talks about. Nobody uses, nobody talks about. And some of it is worthless, but some of it is really nice. Morton Upshot says, I did the 0802 27,000s on my RL7 Alpha. Also love it at 80%. I assume 2S is out of the question for sure. Would a 50% limit allow me to fly 2S still? It certainly would, but you don't want a motor limit below 65%. Realistically, you want to try not to go below 75%. So, yeah. 27,000 kV is a lot. If you want 2S, you're looking like 19,000 kV, 20,000 kV max. When you motor limit down really, really, really low, you start to lose throttle resolution. The steps in the throttle become bigger and bigger and bigger, and you can get into a situation where it's like at one throttle position it won't hover, and then the step is big enough where it'll hover, and you can get into a situation where you literally can't get the rig to hold altitude because the steps in your throttle are larger than that. Fractal Eye says, what do you think about going up to 14 to 17,000 kV motors for 2S? I mean, it depends. It depends on mainly on the size of the propellers. If that was like a 65 mil motor to motor rig, or or a 75 mil motor-to-motor rig, yeah, you'd be fine with that. If it's a 3-inch rig, absolutely not. That's way, 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 way too high. So yeah, it also depends on how many blades on the propeller. Bi-blades, tri-blades, quad blades. It depends on all those things. Not of this world says, so what's the advantage to buying lower KV motors? There is none. There really is none. Unless they're, unless like you're specifically doing it in order to run a drastically higher KV. Like if you want to build a 3-inch micro and for some reason you want to run 6S so that you get no benefit and only more problems over 4S, then you would want to go with a lower KV motor than what you would normally run for 4S. Yes, you could motor limit it down, but technically speaking, there are slight advantages. The main advantage is the potential of too much, the throttle steps being too large, but it's pretty subtle. I ran 4S KV motors 2400 on 6S, which is normally 1600 for years, and it was completely fine. So, but going from like 1S to 2S, that's too big of a jump because it's double, right? 4S up to 6S, that's only a 33% change. I don't know maths, but yeah, 4 to 6 is not the same as 1 to 2. 1 to 2 is the same as 3 to 6, right? So if you were going from 3S to 6S, yeah, you wouldn't want to run the same motors. That's too big of a jump there. Morton Upshot says, should timestamp that KVH calibration. It is 8:56 now ET. Somebody rewatching this video, can you do that? Can you drop a comment with that timestamp? Good call, Morton. Not of this... YouTube just did the thing. Not of this world says, I have a couple of 4-inch micros, and I bought... Here, I'm going to play some more of the flying while I read through some of these. The frying. I have a couple of 4-inch micros, and I bought a few 5s, so now I'm buying 2207s, and I'm buying 2400 kV because of motor limiting. Should I be buying lower kV for 5-inch instead of... I totally thought that was a hole. It's not. You'll see. I investigate. Now, you'll be fine, not of this world, with 2400s, unless you never, ever, ever plan on... if you're only going to run 6S batteries, you might as well get 6S kV motors. That being said, like if you have friends that still fly 4S, it's kind of nice to have 2400 kV motors because like if you forget your batteries and you show up to fly, at least you can grab like 1 or 2 of their 4S batteries and put them on your rig and fly. So there are some definite benefits to running motor limits. And having a 4S kV motor on a 5-inch rig. And yeah, that difference is not big enough for you to kind of suffer the negative parts in my experience. So Zeft says thank you, and Mediterton says your timing is perfect. I just got that package with the DYS 2700 kV motors in it. Very cool. Very, very cool. All right, so there we go. Let's dive into the... Will that quit if I do that? Oh, it quit. Oh, well. Let's dive into the tiny lifters. What do you say? It's 9:04. We get a bunch of tiny lifter work done, and then... Man, I am so sick of this. Stop asking me this. God damn it. Yeah, in an hour from now, we're going to do a live auction. First time ever in the history of the internet, a live auction for a newbie drone build. It's a newbie drone BLV1, the original Acrobee board. It's a little bit lighter than the other boards. It has no receiver on board. It's got a set of Tiny Whoop 0802 25,000 kV motors. It'll come with the GemFan Prototype 3 and 4 blades, extra 0802 bell, extra set of extra C-clip and set of washers, newbie drone BI camera, goober canopy, whip antenna, and an ELRS EP2 receiver in here. You could certainly remove this receiver and solder up any other receiver you want to it. But Express Wireless is pretty damn good. You should, yeah, you should come on board. Oh, and BT 2.0. It's set up for BT 2.0 as well. So yeah, we're going to be doing a little live auction of this thing. I'm thinking like between 10 o'clock and 10:30. 10 o'clock we'll open it up, and basically in the live chat, you post whatever the hell you want your bid to be. I'm going to start flying it around the room, and we're going to tweak the tune a little bit, and we're going to talk more about it. So yeah, you type in what you want your bid to be, and you got to stay. You got to stay till 10:30 when the auction closes, when the gavel comes down. And then, yeah, whoever the highest bidder is, they PayPal me, and I ship it on out to you. And you get a custom-built rig of mine with some parts that I had floating around that, yeah, work really well together. It flies. I flew it the other night. I was like, wow, this is... The 0802s with the tri-blade prototype props is a really good combo, and 25,000 kV is pretty damn good. I thought the rig was going to be heavier than it was, too. But it's not. The BLV1 AIO is the lightest of the newbie drone AIOs. So yeah, it flies like shockingly good. All right, friends. Let me move the chat over, and we're gonna start cranking away on these little tiny lifters here. So let's do the easy work first. We're gonna murder out this fella here. Wait, no. Post bashing damage. Here, I'm gonna play the next little file here from today's swing set abuse, and yeah. All right, so there's that. But here, look what happened. All right, okay, so that's queued up. Look what happened, yo. Look at this bullshit. I'm not all that happy with this. I have a feeling that this is going to be a problem, and that I'm going to be going through these Mobula 7 frames faster than I want to. I mean, they're cheap, so it's kind of like whatever. But I don't know. My suspicion is that the problem with this setup right now is that this canopy is too tall. I think I'm going to need to go to a shorter, more squatty canopy. Maybe the McStinkies are the way to go. Maybe the McStinkies will completely fix this problem. But, yeah, and the other thing about this canopy is it's got an awful lot of up tilt. Like, did you notice in the flight footage that, like, I'm fucking hauling ass all the time? Like, I really noticed it. I was like, yeah, I'm just screaming around. And, I mean, it looks really cool with this newbie drone camera. Because it's all wide angle and, like, you know, you really get that crazy sense of speed. But I don't necessarily want to be going quite that fast all the time. And, like, yeah, sure, I can back off and just, you know, I'll be looking up at the sky a little bit more than I want. Not a huge deal. But, yeah, I think I would rather have a camera with a little bit less up tilt. This is a little bit extreme. So, in fairness, I use these big, long Mobula 7 screws on this rig, which you can buy from RDQ, actually. So these are significantly longer. Here they are next to... Let's go to this cam. Here they are next to the regular screws. So extra long Mobula screw on the right there, and then regular canopy screw on the left, right? So I went with these long bastards so that it would be more durable. Well, I'm kind of wondering if they're the reason that this thing broke the way that it did, and I'll show you why. It has to do with where it ripped the screw out of the frame. I'm really bummed, man. I wanted to bring this rig to Florida with me. I was really kind of looking forward to flying this in Florida. But I got plenty of other stuff that I can bring to fly, so we good. We good. A jungle gym in Florida is no different than a jungle gym here in Atlanta, so it's totally fine. But I am actually going to pull this AIO out of the frame because I want to show you where this thing broke. God, I hate pulling these motors out by the motor wires. Let's do it properly with a pair of tweezers. Come on now. Something my dad drove in my head, and I'm so happy that he did. Don't pull wires out by the wires. It'll rip the connectors off. Okay, so here is where it broke. Right at the base of the front post in the frame. And yeah, I'm kind of wondering if... Oh, wow, look at that. I broke the battery tray, too. I'll be damned. Okay. Double damage. All right. I pounded the shit out of this thing today. I crashed this hard over and over and over and over and over again. So the battery tray broke here. Didn't even notice that. But the big failure is up here. And it just ripped that post right clean off at the base. And it is now stuck to the front of the camera mount. And if you look real carefully, you can see that long screw like really anchored itself all the way down. I am not surprised at all that this thing broke today. I kind of could not believe that it wasn't breaking. And then when I noticed and it was still flyable, like the last battery, it was broken like this, and it was still flying around like kind of completely fine. You could barely tell. It had a little bit of extra up tilt. Like at some point in these batteries, there should be more up tilt all of a sudden, and that'll be when the frame broke. So there it is. So look at the ducts on the bottom. You're not looking at my screen. There you go. Look at the ducts on the bottom of the screen, and ready? And they're lower. So right here is where it broke. Let's see the crash that broke it. That better not have been it there. That was a bullshit little crash. I think that was it. Hold on. All right, so it's fine here. And there it goes. It's broken. Okay, so it's fine here. All right, so it's still fine. Wow, it was that ridiculous. That's such an insignificant little crash. See how high the ducts are? And now they're down lower. Wow, what a bullshit little crash to break it. It did go full throttle there. But, like, I didn't really slam it. That's weird. That's weird that that's what broke it. But I'd had a whole bunch of... Oh, and now it's down. Now the ducts moved back up. Look, see that? What the hell? How did they move back up? Let's see what happens when they move back up. That was a pretty solid hit there. Now the ducts are higher again. Weird. Very weird, actually. And now they're back down again. Very strange. I guess once it broke, that was a pretty big hit. Some of these hits were like gnarly. Those were just, that row of monkey bars was just calling my name. I got through it so clean a couple times. So yeah, broke the canopy. Or broke the frame, rather. I was really hoping I wouldn't break the frame. Let's see, I think this is when I noticed it. No, I noticed it after this battery. Man, look at the ducts moving up and down. It must have broken early, and then it was like pushing itself up and down, I guess. So I think this was where I noticed it. I noticed it. I thought that I... Yeah, there I noticed it. Okay. Let's see. Because I pushed down on it. Oh, no, this is the 300 mAh battery, and the battery was dangling. This is where I noticed it, isn't it? Yeah. There I'm pushing down on it. Okay, yeah, so here I finally noticed it. But it flew fine with it broken. Because it still had the two side mounts on there. And, like, it wasn't... it wasn't really affecting it all that much, so... Market Zero says, now you have a duct donor for a fractal build. Oh my god, good call, Market Zero. I absolutely do. I absolutely do. And the 75 millimeter fractal build is going to be happening. The 65 is going to happen first, but yeah. Zeph D says, I have noticed the clear frames break easily. The darker colors from Happy Model has lasted me the longest. And when it's colder outside, that doesn't help also. It was actually a pretty warm day out today. Not warm, but not brutal cold. And the clear frames are supposed to be stronger because a clear frame is just pure plastic. The colored frames are plastic with color pigment added in. And color pigment is not as strong. So that experience that you're having, Zeph, should be placebo. But maybe not. Freelo just says it healed until the rubber broke. Could be, yeah. Thurberg says, that's where my Mobula 7 frames break too, the battery tray and the mounting posts. June Loco is absolutely right. E6000 would certainly fix this. But then it would break again. These Tiny Whoop frames are so cheap, I'm just going to snag like a half a dozen of them next time I do an order and be good to go. 8-Bit says, smoke gray is the strongest. It seems I've broken all the clears. That's wild. The smoke gray is better for disappearing in the bottom of the frame. So that's what I'll get this next time anyway. So, yeah. Let me actually open a tab up so that I don't forget that. Mobula 7 frame. I think they have them. Or not. Oh, man, come on. Oh, wait, no, there it is. My Happy Model 75 millimeter. Oh, but they only have clear. Mobula 7 frame. Yeah, Mobula 7 frame. I bet you they're on effing eBay. Not eBay. Amazon. Just throw them onto an Amazon order. Mobula 7 frame. Hey. 2 for 12. Not bad. 2 of the clear ones. Is this... Oh, no, this is V2. I don't want V2. I need V4. There's the V4. Does nobody have them in Smoke Crotch Gray anymore? What the hell? I don't want them in clear. Give me Smoke Crotch Gray, yo. What the hell? Let me put V4 in here. Factorless says, don't forget your affiliate link. I've actually been pretty good about not forgetting lately. Kevin Sumner says, CNC Kitchen just did a color comparison test for 3D printing filaments. Results are surprising to say the least. Clear Natural didn't win. What the hell, yo? That's weird. Kiz Bartlett says, VTX antenna Mobula 6 still attached but still getting dog shit range. Is there any way to ascertain what the issue is? Switch it out to a different antenna to make sure that the antenna hasn't shit the bed. That's the first thing you want to do. RDQ. Hey, there's the black one. All right, cool. Guess I'm doing an RDQ order at some point here. Amazon. Oh, wait, no. Tiny Whoop's got them. Beautiful. Support tinywhoop.com. Not RDQ. If given the choice between those two. Wait a second. Here's the... here it is on GetFPV. Oh, wait, no, I did find it, but they didn't have Smoke Crotch Gray. That's right. It's very important to get Smoke Crotch Gray. AliExpress, Happy Model, Rotor Lab, Good Venture Drones, Rotor Geeks. Nah, we good. We good. Tinywhoop.com it is. Beautiful. All right, move this over here, and away we go. Yeah, kids, swap the antenna out first and foremost. That's just the absolute required step number one in that troubleshoot. So yeah, there's that. I do have a set of these long screws that are even longer, and if they were even longer, I could punch them all the way through the base plate here, And that might be the key. But I also wonder if I used a short screw, if like it wouldn't be going all the way through this collar, and I wonder if there'd be a little bit of like stretch to the collar if I did that. But next time I'll probably do a crazy long. Let me show you guys those, and that'll allow me to get them out here so I don't forget. Let's see here. Where's that little bag of Happy Model screws? Is it down here? Is it over here? Where is it? Is it here? It's not here. Is it over there? Where is it at? Is it here? It's not here. It's over there. Is it here? Is it there? Where is it? Here? Maybe it's over here. No, that ain't it. Oh, it's over here. Nope. Maybe it's there. There it is. Got it. Okay, what is this? Son of a bitch! It's a little bag filled with newbie drone plugs. What the hell? I didn't think I had any more of them. Oh, there's Modulus 6 kit. Yo, I need to get this tiny whoop area under control. I've just been throwing stuff over here, and it is a hot goddamn mess of garbage and just prayers and... No prayers. Anal beads. It's all bad. It's all bad. All of it. It's all bad. Oh my god, look at this. I didn't know I had this. Jeez. Okay. Alright, so yeah, look. There's even longer screws. I don't know where the hell I got these from. Can you guys hear the vacuum? No shit. It's actually Azalea vacuuming the stairs upstairs. I can't believe you guys can hear that. That's wild. Alright, so here's my little bag of Happy Model specific screws. Let me put some of these back to not get them all confoozled, and then I'm going to leave the crazy long ones out because I actually kind of want to measure these crazy long ones. I think where these super long ones came from was like HD tiny whoops, you know, where they have a second board up on top, and it would appear. Oh no! So I'm using some of these crazy long screws in the tiny lifters, but here's the comparison. I'm gonna put this one next to this one and switch over to this camera, so you can tell them apart by the smooth shank. The extra long one, I'm gonna point straight down on them. Yeah, the super long one has that little smooth bit on the shank, and I think I'm using the extra long ones on these guys to make them a little bit stronger. Hold on, let me close the door so that you guys don't have to listen to the vacuum. Hang on. Well, that does nothing. The door down here is just, it's a hollow door, and it just doesn't do shit. I guess maybe it does a little bit. Could you guys tell? So yeah. And I've never been able to find these ultra long ones. I've only been able to find these ones on RDQ. So that's kind of annoying, but not the end of the world. Let me grab... I've actually been meaning to get this bag out so that I can put a couple of these Happy Model specific screws away here. And let me just do that super quick like. I gotta get this workbench a little bit organized here. It's getting to the point where it's almost out of hand. Almost, not quite, but almost. So what I'll do is I'll use this smooth shank one for the front of this canopy, unless I decide to change to a different canopy. But for right now, I'm going to make a little bag with the screws that I'm going to use for this guy, and it's going to be 2 of the regular long ones, one of these little jibby jabbies, and one of those smooth shanky boys. And then, you know, my shafts will be smooth. Everybody wants a smooth shaft right in their eye. Okay. That's enough sexual innuendos for this 5-minute period. It's 9:25. This is broken. Let's get a bag and we'll put this in there and we will put it away. I am blown away by how much fun and how durable this thing was today. I also flew... Well, let me roll the beautiful bean footage. So I'm going to play the rest of the flight footage here. And you guys tell me when I switch to a 65mm rig. And while this is playing, I'm going to start working on these tiny lifters. So let me do this. I want to be able to see the chat. So I'm going to go like this. And I'm going to go like that. And I'm going to fart. Let me turn off the little camera here. Where the hell is it? There we go. All right, so there you guys go. Somebody remind me to turn that camera back on because I'll totally forget. So yeah, at some point I'm going to switch to this. Yo, look at that, man. Come on. It's so good. And the last battery, I actually turned on the OSD. Can you guys do me a favor? Can somebody tell me the highest amp reading that they see? Because I want to make sure that I'm not going to... What I'm really curious about is can I put a regular 5 amp? I think the answer is no. Can I put a regular 5 amp AIO on this thing? I'm pretty sure that I can't, but I'm very curious as to what the highest amp reading is with these motors. I still have these motors at 100% motor output, and it's a bit much. I can probably turn them down a little bit. But, I don't know, we'll see. Look at that. It actually ripped one of these grommets. That's super interesting. I'll be damned. Wow. And what the hell grommets are these? These are... Oh, you know, I don't even need that longer screw. These are slightly taller grommets. And I seem to have ripped them. Mudderson says, do you think the person who wrote Roll That Beautiful Bean Footage commercial ever thought people would still be saying that 30 years later? Certainly not. Buried Alive says, is the Betaflight 405A supposed to come with a cap? The one I just got didn't, so what size or part number do I need to get? Thanks. Betaflight 405AIO, no capacitor. No capacitor. Kevin Summer says, no, it's better. All right, cool. Closing the door did get rid of the vacuum hum. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Yeah, no capacitor. No capacitor. You good, my friend. And the video, look at the video quality over there with just this tiny little dinky fucking whip antenna. Good stuff. All right, so we're going to temporarily retire this thing to a build bag here. But it will be back. And also, look at the quality of the Newbie Drone camera, yo. Like, I'll probably switch this rig to a different camera at some point, but man, I'm impressed by kind of everything about that. Everything about what you're seeing right now. The flight characteristics, I went in, I bumped the tune up a little bit at one point. The tune's kind of coming along. Yeah, really good stuff, man. I'm happy. I'm very happy I went back down the 75mm. I will say this, though. The 75mm rigs are just as susceptible to wind as... I mean, it's maybe a little bit better than the 65 in the wind, but I was still getting blasted by the wind. So, yeah. I had to hop the fence to get into this playground. They fucking locked the playground. This bullshit-ass church locked the playground. Like, fuck you. How are you gonna do that shit with your... Like, if you're gonna lock your playground, sorry, but start paying taxes, bro. Fuck off with that. So yeah, I hopped the fence. Because I'm a badass. And also because I'm not hurting anyone. Man, I can't believe this little rubber grommet ripped. I bet you that's what was holding it together. I bet you the rubber grommet, somebody said that in the chat comments actually. I bet you the rubber grommet was holding it together. When we saw the up tilt moving up and down. All right, so I got everything in a little build bag here. Good to go. I'll order up some of those new frames and away we go. What's up, CMYK? That's me, yo. Yeah, here you go. Turn up the tune. Look at me go. Whee! And it was completely fine. With the I could have pushed it farther, but I kind of forgot about it, and I was just flying. Just frying, yo! Frying that 75mm beautiful bean footage. What is it about like that? What is it about roll that beautiful bean footage that just like is stuck in all of our brains? It makes no sense. Like, what is that? I'm really excited to fly a million different playgrounds because like there are so many playgrounds everywhere that like you can fly a different one every day for the rest of your life and never fly the same one twice. Like, it's amazing, yo. Fuck 5-inch. Tiny whoops in playgrounds all day. You want to talk about fun? Nobody's going to bother you. You've got, like, the most insane set of gaps. Like, what in the world, yo? Zeft says, yes, you can, but it depends on the motor KV. Max KV I've used is 20,000. Zeft, what do you mean? When you say yes, you can, what's that in response to? I don't remember what I was talking about that would be the response to. Pretty soon I'll be flying a battery with OSD on. Person to see the highest amp rating wins. I'm super curious what these 27,000s do. John O'Connor says should go to a fractal frame. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very skeptical of the fractal frames. I'm worried that the motors are gonna that I'm gonna bend motor shafts, but it's a 1.5mm shaft. I don't know, but man, the fucking crashes at this, like, I crash so hard on these jungle gyms because you can just go so ham. I don't see a world where the fractal frame is going to be more durable than a regular plastic frame, just because on the really hard hits, the plastic frame is going to bend and give and absorb some of... Yo, how sick would it have been if I had hit that? I was really tempted to try that a whole bunch more times, but I didn't. Big like power loop under the picnic tables, through those supports on the roof, and then back under the picnic tables. I think I didn't try it a bunch more times because I was pretty sure that I wouldn't be able to do it consistently, because it was just kind of too tight, and that's what she said. It was just a little too challenging of a move. I try not to just sit there and beat my head into moves that are just luck. I know that's kind of a popular thing to do, but yeah, it's just like not my thing. So if that's your thing, though, that's fine. That's fine. Don't let me turn you off from anything. So I got a little situation with this rig. The Zeft says you can use that AIO in the 75mm. Which AIO, Zeft? Which AIO are we talking about here? The X12? That's what I have in this rig. This rig that I'm flying on the screen is a Mobula 7 ELRS, which is the X12 AIO. What AIO are you talking about? I'm a little lost, sorry. I'm a dense man sometimes. Oh my god. God, I'm gonna have to do this. I'm gonna have to do this little dance with the friggin' goober canopy again. Oh, this is gonna drive me to drink. Oh man, this is not gonna be good. This is the thing I like the least about these tiny lifter builds is they are fiddly bastards. Fiddly bastards. So this is now the... Oh, yeah. Well, I just gave it away. And you can see the ducts. This is now the 65mm rig. CV says he saw 13 amps. So 13 amps, that's not bad. 13 amps total. That would easily work. Oh, that's what you're talking about, Zeft. The 5 amp. Yeah, I got it. And Brandon Woodford says he saw 17 amps. Yeah, so we're good, man, because 5 amps per channel is 20 amps total. Man, and this thing is on 100% motor scale. So this is now the 3200 kV 65mm rig. And, like, in fairness, I'm very used to flying the 75mm rig at this point. I'd flown, like, 6 batteries in a row. So there was a definite adjustment period that I'm in the middle of right now on this rig. So just kind of keep that in mind. But super interesting to see the difference between these two. All right, so this is the canopy with the Caddx Ant, and Ethan says he just saw 50 amps. What? On this 65, then it's wrong. Morton Upshot says also putting the 75 in the frame was a clue that it was a different quad. Yeah, it's true. But yeah, the 65 did really well. It's much lower up tilt, so I'm not hauling ass as much with the 75. And I mean, you can just kind of tell that it's not as heavy and it doesn't have as much power. But I mean, you know what was interesting with the 65 is when I flew through the monkey bars. That was a joke. All right, good. When I flew through the monkey bars, I was able to like make corrections, and I was able to like fly left and right inside the monkey bars. With the 75, like I had to be dead smack perfect, or it would hit the sides. Whereas the 65 and the monkey bars, like it felt like I was throwing a hot dog down a hallway. It was really nice. Not something that I'm used to doing very often. I need to remove this little piece of plastic from this goober canopy, and it is going to drive me absolutely insane. So prepare for cursing, because this is going to be maddening. Trying to get this locked back in here. But I got to do it. I got to do it. I got to do it. Got to do it. Gotta do it. I just gotta do it. All right, so it's gonna come back in a second, I promise. So this is the top, and then just farting around with this goober canopy here. All right, so we're gonna run that down the bottom, but then we're gonna run this up over the top part. Okay, cool. So yeah, another 65 battery. Yeah, the goober canopy it's a great design, don't get me wrong, but it's not my favorite. I wish that, and I don't know how they would make it better in this respect, but yeah, I wish there was an easier way to mount this damn thing. And like I don't even think it's a thing like that you would get better at over time, because I've been using this forever. I've been using these goober canopies and switching these cameras out for a long time. So we're gonna put the Caddx Ant into the all clear build. So yeah, okay. So I'm gonna move that red. Okay, perfect. So this is gonna be good. All right. So I'm going to slot this in here. And Metalritson says disc area on 75 millimeters is 47% more than 65. It's a big difference. It really is. But I don't really tell a difference in float. I think the 65 floats better. Look at this thing, yo. Look at this little fucking. Look at this little 65. And that was piloting error. There was no reason to hit the ground there. It was 100% my fault. But like, look at this thing, man. It's fucking ridiculous. I really thought I could get it through that little hole, but the wind was not cooperating. Yeah, both of these rigs were incredibly fun. Incredibly fun. This was a great little flying session. I had such a blast, man. This is super fun. All right, so I guess it just sits out here. Let's see if I can get these screws in. Come on, Goober canopy screws, please. Go in your little homes. Oh my God, the first one went in its little home. That means the second one is going to fight me tooth and nail to the death. What do you guys think? 65 versus 75 in this jungle gym situation, spot, location, fart bag. What do you think? I think there should be one more battery coming for you. I think that they both have their strengths. I think that there's not like a clear winner. Although maybe if I flew 100 batteries on the 75 millimeter rig, that might change, right? Like maybe with enough batteries, the 75 would be the clear winner because it is more powerful. And yeah, you can like when you're flying outside, you can like rip around and go down the street and stuff like that. I mean, and you can like use different parts of the jungle gym too, which I find fascinating. That like there's certain spots in the jungle gym that with the 65 I was way more comfortable diving into and being really aggressive in. But that could be linked to the up tilt situation. I need to get the up tilt the same on both rigs because that has a lot to do with it. Cruising speed has a lot to do with how comfortable you'll be in like really, really small technical spots. But I mean, what's interesting is that most jungle gyms are going to have really tight, really technical little areas in them. So on one hand, it's like, well, that lends itself to 65 right there. Because it can do both better. 65 can do both better than 75. I don't think there's much of a argument with that. You know what I mean? Looks like most people are all about the 75. What's cool about the 75 is you can hammer the throttle and fling the fucking thing all the way the length of the jungle gym, which is really gnarly. Like, I would never think that was a possibility. Okay, continuing to fight with this goober canopy here. You guys just keep watching me destroy. And I will say this, the 65 millimeter rig suffered no damage. I didn't fly as many batteries through it, but yeah, it did not get hurt. So there's that, which is a big deal. I don't know. Maybe the 75 with the fractal frame would be absolute magic. So there you go. There's what I did today. And then I went to a nursery and got Maggie some early birthday presents. A couple of Swiss cheese plants. It's a species of monstera with these really cool Swiss cheese looking holes in the leaves. They're really neat looking. And that was my day. I almost didn't make it. I almost had so much fun flying these little jungly gyms that I missed them. They close at 5. But they were cool. They let me in right at 5, which was amazing. Totally made my day. Pike is the name of the place. Pike Nursery. So yeah, this is my life right now. And I gotta be honest, it sucks. I hate doing this. I really do. I really, this is just such, this is like the fiddliest shit ever. This is king fiddly. Because like, your fingers just don't fit. Like, you're just, this is just like gorilla-handed, donkey-raping, terrible Tuesday. Know what I'm saying? Come on. Get in there. Holy Testicle Tuesday. Alright, let's try this. You. Oh. I think I got it. Oh, get in there. Yep. There's one. And I think the other one was in position. I'm just going to assume that it's in position. Come on, thread, you bastard, thread. Was that it? I think that was it. That's it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. All right, we got the caddis ant in. The regular newbie drone camera is a lot easier to do. This is ultimate frustration with the when you're trying to do this with the caddis ant, for the record. Try to make sure I give you guys little to no crotch. So when I scratch myself, you're not like, ooh. What's up, Betaflight? How are you? Wow, 15 amps max. That's amazing. Yo, the GemFan biblades are just, they are just utter magic in so many ways. I'm constantly blown away by those propellers. They are just so goddamn good. In both 65 and 75. Like, they're both absolutely fantastic. Okay, so this clear canopy is going to get the red TPU, which needs to come off this little bastard. And we can put that aside. What the hell camera is in here? This is that crazy 199C camera. What did we decide about that 199C camera? Do you guys remember? Doom Riders in the house. What's up, homie? Got Moon Travelers, and holy crap, you weren't kidding. I know, right? There's something else. That's the flight footage that I was just playing. Actually, is with the Moon Travelers outside. They are fucking amazing. My God, they're so good. It really changes everything with Tiny Whoops. It makes Tiny Whoops into fire-breathing, donkey-slaying, I don't know. It is 9:48. In 12 minutes, we are going to do the first ever, the world's first live stream, live auction on a Tiny Whoop. It is a newbie drone Acrobee V1. 0802, 25,000 kV motors. It's going to come with the GemFan 3 and 4 blade prototype, clearish, whitish, milkyish props. It's set up for BT 2.0. Cockroach frame, goober canopy, newbie drone BI camera, little whip antenna, and an EP2. It's set up for ELRS. So yeah, the bidding shall open at 10 o'clock Eastern time, and then it's going to close at 10:30. So the folks that normally come to this stream at the normal time will be able to get in and, yeah, snag themselves a little Tiny Whoop action. Okay, what a smack in the face this is. I have apparently direct soldered this camera. The wiring harness stays on the bottom. Oh my God, this is so goddamn annoying. I'm going to have to do this again right now. It's It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's going to be okay. What's up, Cement Kid? All right, we got that one, and we got this other one. Yeah, the X12 went into failsafe 3 times on me today for absolutely no reason. And that was my old X12. I think that's what killed it as well. It just, the receiver, the ELRS receiver just stopped working for absolutely no reason. So, yeah, if/when this X12 dies, I'm not going to buy another X12. I'm going to get, well, I mean, I have an extra Happy Model regular old F4, which has been completely indestructible so far. So, yeah, I'll put one of those into the Mobula 7. Hopefully it'll be good to go. 8-Bit says, Quicksilver resolved most of those issues with SPI. What's that mean, 8-Bit? What issues? I'm confused. I'm confoozled. Okay, so this is the blacked out rig. I'm gonna have to take another one of these apart. Are you kidding me? Because God forbid I use a clear internal piece rather than the black internal piece. That would just be crazy. All right, taking apart all the goober canopies
in the world.
Okay, so here we go with this. This guy's coming off here. Yeah, if you guys are coming to Rampage, make sure you have a couple of tiny whoops ready to go. Micro Mayhem is going to be tiny whoop horrific. It is a very tight spot this time. It's not the same as previous Micro Mayhems. They've changed it, and yeah, it's real tight. It's like it might even be straight up tiny whoop only. Not like they won't require that, but I don't think you're going to want to fly anything bigger than a tiny whoop there. I'll certainly try, and you're more than welcome to as well, but yeah, it's a much smaller little location that we're going to be in. But it actually looks really cool. The lights that I have that I'm going to be bringing are going to look insane in there. So I got to admit, I am looking forward to that. This 199 camera is direct soldered, and thus it's just going to stay. I'm not going to explore changing the camera out in this. It's fine. I'll just assume that it's a decent camera. It used to be the best, like, toothpick camera. So for, you know, these things, maybe that means it's the best tiny lifter camera. I don't fucking know. We'll just make assumptions. Works for everybody else. Cement Kid says, "Where is it this year? Same spot. It'll pretty much never be." Oh, Micro Mayhem. It's kind of like right next door. It's hard to describe, but yeah, it's like right next door. That's the only way that I can describe it. A couple streams ago, I played some footage that Stacy sent me of where it's going to be. I don't know which stream that was on, though. Apologies. Kevin Summer says 3-inch on the regular flight line's okay. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. You can always fly anything you want on the regular flight lines. And I mean, yeah, I guess you can't fly anything you want on the Micro Mayhem flight line. I mean, we did put 5 inches up in the air previously. This new location, absolutely not on 5-inch. Like, it's just, not only will I not allow it because it'll be straight up unsafe, but there's no reason to do it anyway. Like, it would just be completely worthless. So yeah, I hope that's not why the change. I'm pretty sure I know why the change, but I hope that's not why. I'm 99.9% sure that that's not why. I think it has to do with the new thing that we looked at on the website, but I can't really talk about that anymore. Come on now. This is the hard part. When you get one of these in there and then the other one doesn't want to line up with the... Ooh! Don't breathe. Nobody breathe. Hold your breath. You're not holding your breath. God damn you. There we go. Got it. I win. Screw you, world. I win. What's the name of that game? I win. There we go. Huzzah, motherfucker. Okay. So this is the fully blacked out rig. So we're going to use this blacked out canopy. Let me just compare, or TPU mount. Let me just compare it to the other one. And so this black one is a little bit, okay, this is the good one. This is the one that I want. All right. One of these TPU canopies sits a little bit too far forward, and the Insta360 Go tries to escape. So yeah. Zefd says, post a like here if okay. CiottiFPV of the vid. You guys cannot. YouTube does not allow non-moderators to post links, unfortunately. So what you can do is head on over to my Discord. There's a link to it on CiottiFPV.com, and yeah, you can post it in the Discord for people to see. And just type here which Discord channel it's in, and then people can go take a look at it. All right, and one screw, two screws. So these are the screws that hold on the little TPU Insta360 Go holder. You kind of half screw them in here, and then this guy goes up over top, and one side goes in, and then the other side, and away you go. So you drop like one side in here, and then you come back, and you're going to screw into the TPU, which works shockingly well. I've never had one of these camera mounts come off. Even though like the TPU isn't even threaded, but just by its nature, like, you know, TPU being kind of soft, it catches the threads really nicely. It's kind of brilliant. The original design here was by Newbie Drone. Shout out to them for these really cool mounts. And then I forget who it was, but one of our folks converted these. So Newbie Drone did an Insta360 Go 1 version of this mount that they call the bunny ears mount. And then one of our own here converted it to the Insta360 Go 2. And now it's up on Thingiverse for anyone to check out. There it is! Okay, so we're going to run these specific short little antennas up here. Get it plugged in before I put the canopy on, just because that's what you have to do. All right, here's that. And then put this back here. And the murdered out rig is finished just in time, because in 2 minutes we're going to open up this auction and we're going to start playing with the for sale rig. So I'm going to use these three jibby jabbies. Actually, what I'm going to do is, yeah, no, I'll use all three of them. It's fine. Just going to do a little switcheroo and use the longer one in the rear. But these goober canopies, they don't break like only in one spot. Like sometimes they break on the sides, sometimes they break in the rear. So yeah, it's a total toss up. They're not all that durable, if I'm honest. They're a harder plastic. Nah, that's not true. They are durable, but putting a 26-gram camera up on top is kind of insane. So I'm just basically asking too much of them. Although the purple one that came with the Bind and Fly BLV4, that broke without, you know, just on like a 24-gram dry rig. I mean, I bounced it off the walls good and hard, of course, but yeah, I think these goober I think we can maybe call these goober canopies on the weaker side and not be jerks about it. Any of you that don't follow my Instagram won't have seen the cursing festival that last night was. Sage came home. It was all rainy and dark, and he comes home and he's like, "Hey, the car's acting funny. I hit a curb, and there was a terrible smell, and it was making all kinds of noises." I go out there, and the passenger side front tire is like hammered into the bodywork. Like it's sitting like 2 or 3 inches rearward than where it should be. And I'm like, what the fucking hell? So I get it in the garage. I put it up in the air. I pull the wheel off, and the A-arm is just mangled. And I'm like, and he was like, you know, he said like, I didn't hit the curb very hard. I was like, this A-arm says otherwise, my man. So yeah, I spent hours working on that, and but luckily, I'm in it for less than $100. I was able to get a replacement A-arm with a lower ball joint, which is good because I completely ruined the lower ball joint attempting to get it out of the A-arm for less than $100 on eBay. So yeah, I'm sure it's not like OEM quality, but who cares? The car has over 200,000 miles, and yeah, it's fine. All right, friends, here we go. Kevin Sumner says 3-inch on the regular flight lines. Okay. Oh yeah, we're good. Got that. 8-bit says, how much filtering do you need on that cockroach frame and carbon X brace? My experience, it's a noisy frame. I don't usually need much. I've been pretty lucky with it, but we are going to fly this thing tonight. So, we'll see it, and we're gonna put it into Betaflight. Zeph D says, "Gotcha." 1 minute. Metal Dirtson says, "You mean the one where you willingly took a wrench to a Subaru? No sane person would do that." I gotta be honest. It's a car that's lived here in the South. Nothing was rusted. Like, I've worked on Mustangs and Miatas primarily up in the Northeast, and it's been brutal every time I've ever had to work on them. Some of the engineering behind this car is really dumb, I will admit. But at least I didn't have to break the torch out once, and that's a fucking huge win for me. So I can't really complain. But yeah, Southern cars for life, yo. Good Lord, what a treat that was to not have to torch every single nut and bolt. So yeah, I can't. I'm not gonna complain. I'm not going to complain about the experience that I had last night, because, man, it was one of the easier sessions of working on cars. And I really hate working on cars. I loved when I was making enough money to pay someone else to work on my Miata and Mustang. I had them both at the time, and they were both running. That was my fucking favorite, man. Just to drop my car. At the time, I was really good friends with a guy who ran in the American Iron series, which is an all muscle car, wheel to wheel race series that SCC. I forget if American Iron is SCCA or NASA, but yeah, it's a great racing series. And yeah, Al Watson was doing all the work on my Mustang for a while there. And it was like big stuff, like putting long tubes on, which required dropping the K-member. And this is when I was living in an apartment. I mean, I've always lived in apartments, so that kind of goes without saying. But yeah, that was really nice to drop that off to him. Swapping the K-member out, rear, lower control arms, like big stuff that you can't really do in an afternoon on in an apartment parking lot. First time ever in the world. Doom says, I saw that earlier, had to match the Cooper yard. Yeah, for sure. He went in good and hard. All right, first time ever live auction begins now. Bidding starts at zero. Bidding starts at zero. Bidding starts. Who's gonna pay the first bid? First bid. First bid. First bid. First bid. First bid. Who's gonna make the first bid? First bid. What if I did this for a half an hour? What if I did that until 10:30? Who's gonna make the first bid? First bid. $5. Who's got $5? Who's got $5? Who's gonna pay $5? Who's got $5? You got $5. Who's got $5? You even got one. We got one. Even FPV is one. Who's got $5? Who's got $2? Who's got $2? Anybody got $2? $2. So here's what the live auction is for. This is a newbie drone, Acrobee V1, cockroach frame, with some little love marks in the rear of it. Be fine. It'll be fine. That's the only spot where the frame has any marks. These frames do this. They get these little cracks here. This is not where these frames break. They'll break somewhere else. These are the GemFan prototype tri-blades. You're also going to get a set of the GemFan prototype quad blades. Happy Model 0802 full can motors. The really strong ones that don't spit magnets out. 25,000 kV. All four of these stators are the Tiny Whoop. So Happy Model makes Tiny Whoops motors for them. All four of these stators, you'll notice, are gold. Those are from the Tiny Whoop onesie 0802 25,000 kV motors. 3 of the bells are the onesie bells, but one of them got bent, so I replaced it with a Happy Model bell. And then you're also going to get an additional, Happy Model bell. So that if having 1 red and 3 gold drives you nuts, you can put this one on and you can have 2 red and 2 gold, and then you can just blast the Iron Man song over and over and over again. Black goober canopy with the newbie drone BI camera. The AIO is the long since discontinued newbie drone BLV4, which does not have a receiver built in. This is the lightest of the newbie drone AIOs, and it's set up for BT 2.0 here. And I think that's everything. A little whip antenna. Oh, no, the EP2. EP2 custom soldered on to the corner there, just kind of hanging out in the rear. And yeah, that's it. That's the rig. Let's fly it around a little bit, and we'll play around a little bit more with the tune. Hey, look, I finally got the, might as well fly the finest up there. Yeah! Nom, 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 nom. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Kevin Sumner. All right, so let's go through it. $1, $7, $2, $7.01. June Loca with an 8. Denzel the Terrible with a 20. Kevin Sumner with a 30. Mr. Blue Sky 2025. 22, 801, 30, 25, 40. No, what am I doing? 7. We got a 7 here. I got 7. I got 7. 8. We got an 8. June Logo over there with an 8. Dan's the Terrible, the 20. We got 20. I see 20. We got 30. Kevin Summer with 30. Mr. Blue Sky 2025. That's too low. 30. Chasing by 22. Too low. Already the 30. 801. Too low. Mr. Blue Sky 3025. I see it. 30. Do we have 40? We got 40 buried alive. 40. Do we have 52? I see 50. Who have I got 50? Kevin Summer with 50. We got a 50. Do I see a 60? We got 60. Tracy, maybe get rid of the 60. Tracy, thank you, Tracy. 60. Do we see 65? Mr. Blue Sky. I can't do that. Yeah, my voice is not gonna take that. 65 to Blue Sky, buried alive to 75, Mr. Blue Sky to 80, Blue Sky to outbid himself to 85, buried alive goes in at 90, and then Zeft going at 91. Yeah, you guys can do $1 increments, I don't care. All right, yeah, let's fly this thing around. So this nonsense ends in 20 minutes. So you guys have time. Bitterroot says, please stop that. All right, I showed you what you get. Hey, you also get an extra C-clip and a full set of the extra washers, so that if you decide to switch the bell because the 3-in-1 is driving you crazy, if you lose the C-clip or the washers, you got an extra set. And if you lose the extra set, just bug me, and I have some more. Another set I can send you. And you get a set of these prototype quad blades, and the tri-blades are on it. We're gonna fly it with. Meta says that's amazing on 2x speed. JR, you just gotta rewind. Rewind like 5 minutes, and I went through the entire build, and now we're gonna fly it. Did this battery get charged? Hey, almost. Just enough. All right, so here it is. Well, no. Let's look at the tune real quick. See where it's at right now. RPM filtering is turned on. Blue sky with 92. Buried alive with a 93. Betaflight's going to take an hour to load. This rig is kind of cool. I just plugged it in, and I can just leave it plugged in because it doesn't have ELRS on board to make it get mega hot. But Betaflight just opened up pretty quick this time. There it is. B-Brain BLV4. Can't get them anymore. And now check it out. Look at this gyro that's on board. Ready? Ready? This is why I'm sad to see this go, but I can't hoard everything. Look at this, yo. MPU 6000. I don't think that there are any Tiny Whoop AIOs that have MPU 6000s on them anymore. So yeah, that's kind of the big selling feature, if I'm honest, about this rig. And the prototype props, but they'll be out soon enough. So, let's dig into it. So let's hit get PID sum. So you'll see that PID sum is cranked all the way up to 1,000, as you should be doing on your Tiny Whoops. Get thrust, is thrust linear on? Thrust linear is at a value of 10. Pretty safe value, but a good one. Let's type get RPM. What do I have the RPM Q at? The RPM filter Q is at 800. That's pretty aggressive. Default is 500. 800 you can usually get away with on Tiny Whoops. That's everything that's specific to the CLI. Now let's hop into. Well, let's go around the horn. So we've got Serial RX turned on UART 2 because that's where the EP1 is. Configuration. Craft name is going to be come Gangly Gang, not Goang. Gangly Gang. PID loop is set at 4K because it's an F4 processor. LED strip is turned on. It's got the cool. Onboard RGB LEDs. Air mode is on permanently. OSD is on. Save and reboot. For some reason, I've got the ESC beeper set to tone number 4. That's weird, but whatever. Whatever. Yeah, no. 1 is louder, and the ESC beeper is very. Denzel the Terrible coming in, getting us into triple digits. Good on you, my friend. Thank you, brother. That's all for the configuration. Power and battery. Let's raise this up. I'm going to start raising the minimum cell voltage up to 3.0 and the warning cell voltage to what? 3.0, idiot. And the warning to 3.4. No, I think the warning is at the right number. I think the warning is at 3.3. I think that's correct. And then the land now should be at 3.0. Let's move the failsafe up to 3 full seconds because it's a Tiny Whoop and who cares? Cement Kib says there's probably an app to do the auction voice. Oh. Don't tell me that. We don't need to. We'll come back to PID tuning. Receiver is set up for the EP2. I've got the. I'm going to move the deadband up to 4. That's where I prefer it. Stick low is at 1,000. Stick high is at 2,000. The channel map is on TAER. So if you're AETR, you're going to have to change that. I've got the RC smoothing auto factor all the way up at 100 because I like stick smoothing. Fly it like this at first, and if there's too much latency and there's too much smoothing, you can turn this down. But this is the main thing that I use for stick smoothing here. Is the RC smoothing auto factor up at a really high number of 100. In the modes tab, we've got ARM on aux 1, Horizon on aux 2, beeper is on aux 3 in the all the way towards you position. Turtle mode is on aux 3 in the middle position. Launch control is on aux 2 in the middle position, and that's it. I've got my wacky little setup so that your aux 2 is going to give you full OSD when you push it forward and you pull it into the middle, but then when you pull it all the way towards you, it's going to shut the OSD all the way off so that you can get DVR footage without the ugly OSD elements. But it's still going to flash warnings up, so you'll get a low battery warning towards the end of the battery. D-Shot 300, dynamic idle is turned on. We'll see that in the PID tab. 12 motor poles, bidirectional D-Shot is turned on, and it is set up for props out. Here's my OSD, which is now going to say gang. It just says gang gang. There we go. Gangly gang. That's better. Buried Alive coming in at 101. Oh my god, EVFPV says looked it up the other day and the MPU 6000 in production again. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Back into the OSD. There's Gangly Gang. Yeah, this is my typical OSD setup. Pitch angle is in the very top right. That'll tell you how many degrees of up or down tilt that you're currently at. Here's your throttle percentage, amps, timer 1, LQ, RSSI, warnings, MAH used, and individual battery voltage, which is why it's 2 decimal points, 0.98. If you just do battery voltage, it only gives you a single decimal point. I don't even know where it's showing up. There it is. It's showing up here. It only gives you that single decimal point when you just use the regular battery voltage. Whereas if you use the average voltage, it gives you 2 decimal points. A little trick there. Another little trick buried in Betaflight. Video transmitter VTX table is all set up, although for some reason it's set to run at 100 million watts. We don't want that. It's dialed in for race band 8. You might need to change that. Low power disarm is set on until first arm. Save this. This VTX will go all the way down to 5 milliwatts. So your options are 5 milliwatts, 25, or 100. LED strip I have turned on for like red and purple, which is kind of fun. What's this one? Is this one a Larson scanner? It is, isn't it? Look at that. We don't want that. We want purple. No, red. It's this top one here. Now we want purple. We want that perp. And I'm going to turn off the Larson scanner. I hate the Larson scanner. You can turn it back on if you want. Oh no, I'm going to turn off throttle too. Make it purple. There we go. Oh yeah, that's better. And which one's this? What if I make it white? Oh, this one has 2 LEDs on the front. Ooh wee! We're gonna make that one in the rear red, like a tail light, and then the 2 on the bottom are gonna be purple. Ooh, that's hot. Hot. They're showing up as more of a blue, but I promise you they're purple. Yeah, they totally look blue. I'm gonna turn this off. There we go. Just solid LEDs. No black box, none of this other stuff. PID tuning. Look at this. Master multiplier all the way up at 1.8. Pitch and roll up at 1.1, just for a little bit more authority because the battery is long in the pitch axis. I gains are down at 0.8. The D-max is all the way up at 1.4 to eat that prop wash. Stick response feed forward is turned down at 0.8. I'm actually going to move it down even farther because I hate feed forward. And then the damping and tracking are all the way up at 1.4. This is a clean build to have this much, to have these sliders this aggressive. Jitter reduction on feed forward is at a value of 12. That is another little bit of stick smoothing there. I-term relax cutoff of 10, anti-gravity at 3.5, dynamic damping gain at 40. Throttle boost is pretty low at 2. Motor output 100% because they're only 25,000 kV motors. Dynamic idle is at 35. That's pretty low. It's really nice at 0 throttle. Thrust linear at 10, and that's pretty much it in here. Here are my rates. I mean, you can just put my rates on any of your gear at any time, but this is going to come with my rates. Check them out. See if you like them. And then the throttle midpoint. The throttle expo is a little bit lower than normal, 0.3, and the midpoint is at 0.4. We might adjust that in flight if we need to. And then, man, this is a clean rig. Jesus, look at that. Look at this, these filtering sliders. I'm going to move this gyro all the way up to 2.0 for 1,000 hertz static cutoff. And then the D-term is at 1.2. That's a nice safe kind of spot for it to be at. Gyro RPM filter, we're going to drop this down to a single harmonic, as we've learned recently. The dynamic notch filter, there's a single. So this is on Betaflight 4.3.1, by the way. Dynamic notch filter, we're going to move the minimum down to 100. Q factor, I'm actually going to move up to 400. And then single notch, max frequency of 900. That's plenty for 25,000 kV motors. And yeah, we're going to leave it here. We're not going to do that D-term notch because this is a different frame. This is a cockroach frame. So yeah, that is the build, my friends. Let's fly it around a little bit, and maybe we'll tweak the tune a little bit more. Man, I was thinking I was going to maybe push the PIDs up a little bit more, but good Lord, they're already really, really high, and there's kind of... like, they're high enough where there's not going to be any noticeable gains of pushing them any higher than this. And it's just going to make the rig so that if you pound on it and bend the propellers or the motors up, that it becomes a pain in the ass to live with. So I'm probably going to leave the tune and just fly it around a little bit to show you guys what you can expect. Let me go open the door. Come on. Arm. Hurry up. There it is. EP2. Oh, no, I have the wrong model on the transmitter. Transmitter's set to free sky. There it is. All right, hold on. I'm going to get some airflow on the VTX. Okay. Nice and quiet at idle. So the hover point is a little bit lower on these motors than I'm used to. Oh wait, and I'm in horizon mode. So actually, let me get the OSD on here. I think I might have that throttle midpoint set a little bit wrong. No, it looks like it's about right. 35, 38, 39, 40, 37, 36, 38. No, throttle midpoint is right. I'm just not used to this, this low of a kV of motor. So yeah, this is it on the Gem Fin tri-blades. And it rips hard. You can like race rip the shit out of it. Or you can do the freestyling things. And the throttle resolution is great. These lower kV motors, I can't believe I'm calling 25,000 kV motors low kV, but yeah, these lower kV motors really give you some incredible throttle resolution. Ah. Oh, it was in there. I didn't recover it though. Uh-oh. Adjusting to the different hover point is what's killing me. Ah. I want to try to get the under the bar cart run. Ah, there it was. I just touched the ground now. Hold on, let's get it a little cleaner than that. If you buy this rig, you can fly like this immediately. Oh my god, I think it went through one of those, but not the other. Ah, a little shallow. See if we can get this one. Yeah, oh, we got that one. So yeah, you can see on the bottom of that power loop there. Watch the recovery. Like you gotta lay into the throttle, like with the 30,000 and above kV motors. You don't have to stand on the throttle quite that much. It's maybe like 1/8 of a second difference. But it's something that you do kind of get used to. You know, one of the things I really like about those Weebleed 0702 28500s is the extra throttle resolution. These 0802 25,000s are very similar with tri-blades. And there's that makes this rig familiar enough that I can actually fly it somewhat decent. So yeah. Mr. Blue Sky with a 120. We are at 120 for the rig that I am currently flying. And we've got, oh my god, there's 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left in the auction of this rig. We're going to do one more battery, and then I'm going to stop flying it so I don't break it. We're going to go upstairs on this battery. Although, this is a pretty stout little rig. I doubt that I could break it. These motors are very strong. So yeah, in 4 minutes, this first ever live stream auction will end. And someone will be the new owner of this little adorable little newbie drone rig. Let's put this thing into launch mode. Launch mode active. You know launch mode is worth at least $1 extra. Do I hear a 121? Do I hear 121? Anybody with a 121? Here it is upstairs. You can orbit your ceiling fan. Look at all the things you can do with this quad. Oh boy! You can do dives with it. Ooh, I snuck in between the railings. That was really cool. You can do the big room power loop. Oh boy, you can crash onto the floor. You can do wall rides all day. Ooh, that counter got close. There it is. There's the full room power loop. Come on now, let's do it again. Oh no! You can do orbits with this quad. Look, it does all the things that quads do. Isn't that amazing? Look how bright those LEDs are. It's fun. You can fly it in your kitchen. You can fly it in your living room. You can fly it up the goddamn wall. Let's come back downstairs. You can go around the corner. You can fly it around your drum set. Hey, you can play drums with it even. Come on now, you know you need a rig that you can play drums with. You'll be able to fly exactly like this immediately. I promise. Impossible power loop! Oh, I chickened out. Yeah, I mean, it catches itself. Like, that catch there, that's like all the weight. Right, like full rearward momentum, full downward, all the way from the ceiling, and it still catches itself in like, you know, not a long period of time there. So there it is, friends. 1 minute. 1 minute. Look at this. Look at this. You can even point it at your TV screen, and it won't quite focus right, or will it? There it is. The winning bid is by Eat the Fish for 135. It's 10:29. You better hurry, friends. If you want it, bid it now. Eat the Fish is in the lead. The time says, where is it? 10:29. As soon as that Apple time goes to 10:30, it's all over. Eat the Fish is going to win it, I think. Look how good that looks pointed at the monitor. Let me unplug it so I don't blow it up. It's still 10:29. Who's going to get it? I think it's going to be Eat the Fish. Eat the Fish. Almost congratulations. Don't snipe Eat the Fish. Don't you dare. Don't you do it. 10:30, there it is. Eat the fish. Congratulations, brother. You have won a until the turtle is attempted. You have won an awesome little newbie drone rig. Head on over to CiottiFPV.com. Scroll down. There's a PayPal button. PayPal me the 135. I'll cover shipping and packing and all that nonsense. Of course, I'll throw some stickers in for you. PayPal me with your address, and it's all yours, my friend. That was cool. Is that fun for you guys? Hey, we're gonna do that again with the other rig, like we were talking about the other night. But I'm gonna do that when I get back from vacation. Nice, Eat the Fish. Eat the Fish, you're new. I don't recognize that name. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the insanity that is trying to be a full-time FPV something. I don't know what the hell I am. But I know that I got the best job in the world because I get to hang out with you gangly bastards, and yeah. This will not be the last time that we do this. I'm going to do this more often because why not? Like, it's very fun. In the past, I have tried to do the full build giveaway thing. And, like, you know, I've done a couple of edits, and at the end of the edits, I'm like, hey, leave a comment to enter, subscribe to enter, join my Patreon to enter. And so I've probably tried that, like, with 5 or 6 different builds over the last couple of years, and every single time that I've tried that, the amount of, like, extra subscribers or extra patrons or whatever is way less than the value of the full build. So I've taken a bath pretty much every time, and the most recent time I did it, I was like, hey, this is the last time I'm going to try this, and I did it, and I took a bath on it again. I was like, hey, I'm not doing this anymore, guys. This right here, what we just did, this is going to be the new version of that, because I have builds that are just kind of sitting here, and I would rather them get beaten on by you guys and girls. So, yeah. This is going to be the new thing. But unfortunately, from now on, it's not going to be the very first time ever, but I'm probably just going to lie and say that it's the first time ever. So yeah, prepare for more live stream live auctions. This is good to go. I'm going to write Eat the Fish on here. Eat the Fish, do me a favor. In that note, just say, yo, this is Eat the Fish. Eat. The pen doesn't work, but you're going to be the only one that PayPals me with $135, so I'll know it's you. I'm going to put this right over here so I don't forget. I'm going to try to get it out tomorrow. All right, cool. Eat the Fish. Do the PayPal thing as soon as you can. Hopefully by the end of this stream, because if something weird happens, I want to give it to whoever the next person was. So if not saying that it will, but if something weird happens and Eat the Fish hits his head and has to go to the hospital, CMYK-FPV came in with a $130 bid, so he's the next up. If Eat the Fish decides not to do it, it's all about CMYK-FPV. Doom Rider says, CiottiFPV killing it. Thank you, brother. I try. I've gotten better at flying tiny whoops than most things at the moment. I flew a 5-inch rig today for the first time in the last couple of months, and I was like, oh, I got to do this more. I forget how to do this. I've been flying a lot of tiny whoop this tiny whoop season. Let's see if I missed any other chat comments. Kids Bartlett says, since I have a lot of smart devices in the home, is there a recommended channel to run the VTX on? That's a really interesting question. I think you want to run the higher race band channels to stay away from Wi-Fi interference, but I don't know about smart home devices. That's a really good question. I have no idea what the answer to that question is either. Kids Bartlett says, I recently purchased an X12, and I was warned by a friend with knowledge in the industry that recent batches have been known to fail. Not sure how old your X12 is, but it's not surprising. Yeah, I bought one of the very early run Mobula 7s with the X12, and it did not last long at all. I don't know. We'll see how long this one lasts. Cement Kid, oh no, we got that. All right, cool. We're caught up on chat. Let's get back into Tiny Lifter life. Cement Kid says, have a good vacation. Thank you, brother. Kiz Bartlett says, thanks for the recommendation on the antenna swap. Looks like it's fixed. Awesome. I was thinking of doing the UFL upgrade, but I'm moving to ELRS flight controllers on FR Sky. Got it. Raceband 7 is the furthest away from Wi-Fi. Wouldn't Raceband 8 be the furthest away? Because Raceband is just low to high in terms of frequency. All right. Let me move the chat over. And let's get back to work on some tiny lifter life. So the murdered out tiny lifter is good to go, and it's ready to lift tiny things. Although, yeah, Insta360 Go is pretty tiny. I got these guys. I like to tuck these little BT 2.0 leads up like that. All right, cool. So that little guy is ready. This one is going to get all torn apart. Well, I'm not going to reuse this. Yeah, no, we're going to pull this all the way apart. So we're swapping out the flight controller. This is the main tiny lifter. Barry Live says, this is a good way to make sure you get taken care of for everything you do. Good stuff. I agree, my man. I agree. Yeah, this is the main tiny lifter. These motors are a little bit better. These are the Newbie Drone Flow 1102 10,000 kV motors. The other tiny lifter is on Betaflight 1102 18,000 kV motors. Those 18,000 kV motors have to be motor limited down quite a bit. These 10,000 kV motors I can run at 100%, which is awesome. CMYK says the rush of an auction is my new addiction. Nice. All right, so that's good to go. This thing is getting moved over into this clear frame, so I got to remove these motors. What's cool about these Newbie Drone Flow motors, in addition to them being strong, the motor shafts are significantly stronger. They also seem to be better balanced than the Betaflight motors. But also with the 10,000 kV, I can run these really comfortably on tri or even quad blades. They're on quad blades at the moment. The bi-blades are a little bit more noisy. Those Betaflight motors, I have them on a motor limit, and then I also have them running bi-blades, which I kind of like. It's kind of cool to have that rig on bi-blades. And then this rig bounces back and forth between tri and quad blades. I haven't decided if I like the tris or the quads better. But yeah, it's nice to have two different setups. The Betaflight rig with the bi-blades, in theory, will get a little bit more runtime. I haven't tested that yet, though. It'll be an interesting test. And then this guy makes a little bit less noise on the tri and quad blades. So it's kind of cool. Cement Kid is out of here. Thanks for hanging, brother. And all right, here we go. Okay, there we are. And the last one. The other really nice thing for these builds about these tiny Newbie Drone Flow motors is that they come with the right connectors. Those Betaflight motors come with the standard PH 1.25 connectors, so you have to take them off and yeah, swap the connectors, which is just, it's totally doable, but it's just super annoying. All right, we are free of this frame, and now this AIO is just going to be a backup. I'm pretty sure that once I start flying these tiny lifters a bunch, that I'm going to cook these AIOs. CiottiFPV actually blew up a whole bunch of these Newbie Drone AIOs running them on 2S. The difference, though, between what he was doing and what I'm doing with them is that he had them on a freestyle setup, so he was hammering full throttle all the time and crashing it pretty hard. Whereas on these tiny lifters, I'm almost never full throttle because I'm flying these like a little lifter, right? It's a cinematic kind of thing. So yeah, it's very rarely at full throttle. And yeah, I mean, I haven't put a ton of batteries through these tiny lifters, but I've probably flown 50 or 60, and I've yet to have any issues with these. These are all at the moment. These are both on BLV3s, which you can tell by the little heat sink there. For the first time ever, I'm going to have this one on a BLV4, which should be pretty cool. So let's move these motors over while the soldering iron is coming up to temperature there. And so we're going to thread that through on that side. Okay. All right, good deal. Get in there, you little bastard. Okay, cool. And that guy. And this guy. God, I can like barely breathe when I'm dealing with these tiny little screws, tiny little whoop screws. My God. What are these? M1.3, I think. These whoop motor screws. I think that's what they are. Could be wrong. There we go. All right, cool. CMYK says, indeed, I did hammer the dog dude out of them. Took a month to toast flight controller, and I think it was just the 5-volt back, but I'm not sure what did it. Interesting. T-Motor FPV is in the house. Well, hello. How are you? Oh, and look, Clover Huang's there. I'm pretty sure Clover works with T-Motor. T-Motor, I'm going to make you a moderator just so that you stand out a little bit more in the chat. You don't have to moderate. I would actually prefer that you not moderate. It's just because I have a whole bunch of moderators already. But yeah, I just want you to stand out in chat anymore if you come by and say hey. I actually flew, speaking of T-Motor, I flew my nostalgia rig today, which is on my favorite motors of all, 5-inch motors of all time, the T-Motor F40 Pro 2s. And yeah, it brought me back into the good old days, the ye olden days of the T-Motor F40 Pro 2s were what started my love affair with T-Motor motors. And on, I forgot to tell you guys this actually. T-Motor did a little Instagram live stream the other day, and I jumped into the chat and I said, hey, any chance of a T-Motor F40 Pro 5 this year? And they said, yes, definitely. There will be an F40 Pro 5 this year. And that's amazing because, as you guys know, I have an absolute love affair with the F40 Pro 2. I skipped the Pro 3 because it was a little heavy. It was a 2306.5. But then the Pro 4 came back strong. The Pro 4 is really like, there's like, I tried the steel motors and I wanted to love them because they're the other really lightweight 2306. But the difference in durability between the steel motors and the Pro 4s was just absurd. And the Pro 4s are a couple of bucks cheaper. So it's like, yeah, a more durable motor that's the same. Actually, it's lighter. The F40 Pro 4 is lighter and more durable than the Ethics Stout motors. What an absurd name for them. Like, they're arguably the least durable motor, and yet they're called Stout. I've never been able to wrap my head around that. But, you know, what do I know? I'm just a gangly guy here in Atlanta. I ain't no Steele Davis, that's for sure. For better or worse. Alright, here we go. Let's get these little Flow 1102s hooked up here. And there we go. Another really so the little 65 millimeter rig that we just so I mean I'll just make it a little bit more open ended. If you've got a tiny whoop with 25,000 kV motors, another really good current production wise, because the GemFan prototypes prototype tri-blades are not really available at the moment. My favorite tri-blade 1.2 inch whoop propeller is actually the T-motor. The T-motor tri-blades are a little bit lighter and slightly lower pitch than the GemFan tri-blades, but they still have the open top, so they're much better than the HQ tri-blades. So yeah, they're really impressive. T-motor was cool enough to send me some prototypes of them a while back, and it was really hard at the time for me to tell the difference between them and the GemFans. But I had said that I'd weighed them and they were lighter, and I was like, yeah, that makes it worth it. But also I had said that it kind of looked like they were a little bit lower pitch, and I think eventually when they came out, we did see that they were slightly lower pitch, and now we're starting to see whoop propellers come out that are even lower pitch. The GemFan prototypes and the new HQs. So T-motor was kind of ahead of the game on that one. They were the first ones to put out a lower pitch tiny whoop prop, and that's pretty cool. Because yeah, now these these new GemFan prototypes are a lot lower pitch, like very, very, very crazy low pitch, which matches up really well with all of these high kV motors that we've got. So it's pretty cool. If you want a pitchier tiny whoop tri-blade, I think that the T motors are the pitchiest that you want to go. The GemFan 35 pitch, woo, has a lot of pitch. If you want to go really fast, if you want to set speed records with your tiny whoop, the GemFans are the best. But for anything else, the T motors are the heat. They're the heat. Kevin Sumner says, "Did you see Rosser's testing of the ethics motors?" I sure did. Good Lord, did they take a beating in that testing? And unbelievably, that video came out the same day that the Stout V5s came out. I'm sure that was not on purpose, but what a weird coincidence. I'm sure that I'm not sure, but I'll bet that the V5s are not significantly different than the V4s. So that doesn't really like invalidate that testing or anything. All right, we're in the clear frame. Let's get the BT 2.0 swapped over because the soldering iron is up at temperature now. I'm not even gonna replace this because this AIO is just gonna be a spare, so I'm not gonna replace the lead on this. All right, let me get a little bit of flux on here, and all right, friends, here we go. Let me give you guys the detail camera so that you can really see the madness. And let's get this to focus here. All right, cool. So I've got these joints pre-fluxed. Come on, buddy. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. You can focus. Who's a good little webcam? You are. Come on. Come on. What? Stop it. Focus. Has the autofocus just given up? It's like, nah, I'm done. There it is. Okay. It snaps right back. Come on. Everything is close to you. There it is. Okay. All right, so let me just tilt this down a little bit so you guys can see it. And we're going to be going on these two joints here. I'm going to hold this soldering iron very flat because I want to get as much contact as I possibly can. As always, my hand is down on the desk like this so that I have a little bit of, it's going to help me be extra steady. And hopefully this will refocus. I shouldn't have moved it. I should have Just left it. Come on now. You could do it. Please. 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 There it is. There it is. There it is. Quick, quick, quick. There we go. Okay, great. And I'm just going to use my fingers on these wires. We'll be all right. I won't get burned. There's the flux that I added burning off. Give it another second. White is ground, so it's going to take a little bit longer because it's jacked into the ground plane. And there we go. And now this is voltage. It's going to go a lot quicker. And off we come. No big deal. Nice and quick. No need to stay on the pads any longer than that. But if you do stay on a little bit longer than that, you'll still be fine. Most boards are pretty resilient. But as you get better and better and better at soldering, you do want to try to be as quick as possible. The less heat that you can put into these boards and these pads, the better. The pads are glued to the PCB, literally. They are glued to the PCB. So every time you put heat into one of these boards, you're softening up that glue, and there's a chance that the metal pad will separate from the PCB, and that ain't good. That can very easily be the end of that component that you're soldering to. So there we go. BLV3 is going to live the rest of its life in purgatory. Not in purgatory, but in a box. All right, so here's the BLV4. Let's take this bottom antenna and just kind of swing it out of the way. And we're going to remove this single BT 2.0 and replace it with that double because these tiny lifters run on 2S. We are fluxed up. Focus is looking good. We're going to go, let's go on the best practice is actually to hit the positive first because that'll put some temperature into the board, which will make when you go onto the ground a little bit easier. So there's the positive, the board's already got some heat into it, and then we're going to go onto the ground. This way you don't spend quite as much time on the ground, and we are good to go. Ground is on the left, positive is on the right. Let me just confirm that blue is indeed ground on the BT 2.0 leads. No, wait, white is ground, isn't it? I think white is ground. White is on the round, and round is ground. So yeah, white is ground on BT 2.0. I forgot that. Yeah, round is ground. So when you look at the little connectors for BT 2.0, the round one, which in this case is blue, but ignore that. Over on this one, this one, the white cable is coming out of the round, and round is ground. That was not... I mean, 50-50, they either did that on purpose or they didn't. If they did that on purpose, I appreciate it. Thank you, Betaflight. That was clever. Round is ground. Gonna go in on the white ground first here. I mean, I wish they'd just used black, admittedly, but, you know, can't always get what you want. And now we don't have much smoke because I did not tin this, and we're not, I'm sorry, I did not flux this, and we're not adding extra solder. Solder has flux in it. So now I've just added a little bit of extra flux to the positive one, and I'm actually going to do this one with the tweezers because they're kind of close together. And away we go. And now these little grooves in the side of the board are called castellations. And they're really nice. They're really strong. They're easy to solder to. I really like when boards have these little castellations in them. I just want to make absolutely sure that this one's sitting in. There it goes. I like to get them in there as flat as possible. And I'm just going to re-hit this ground to make sure it's all the way in there as well. It looks pretty good, but now we're definitely in there. All right, cool. And let's just take a second to check our work. And of course, I lost another one of the grommets in the putty. before anybody asks, this is electronic goop from massadhesive.com. This is really nice stuff, and it's really inexpensive. And somebody at this company has a friend in the FPV world, and they sent me this for like review and to talk about, and it's been awesome. I really love it, and this goddamn Logitech will not focus on it. Come on, yo! Come on, Logitech, you can do this. Please. Please. Do it. There it is. There it is. Thermally resistive putty. What I like about this over the blue Funtac is it does not melt and get all like liquidy and horrible and stringy nearly as bad. If you put a bunch of temperature into it, it will a little bit, but the blue Funtac is just nasty in that respect. So yeah, get you some. Support a cool company making a cool thing. It's designed to not suck up a bunch of heat because you don't want that. You want the heat to stay in the board. So the next thing I like to do with these is just bend them in this direction towards the back of the frame, just real gently by the base here. And yeah, there we go. That's what that looks like. And that way it just exits a little bit more cleanly out the back of the build. So let's kill this detail cam. Denzel scream grabbed. CiottiFPV fingerprints and wants to do crime. Eat the Fish says, sent PayPal, super excited. Thanks again, brother. Thank you, Eat the Fish. And there it be. Let me just check it to make sure I have all the info that I need. Eat the Fish here. Name, address. Awesome. Good to go, my man. It is all yours. Awesome. I'll get it out tomorrow for you, brother. Okay, cool. So we are back to the overhead bench cam, and I'm going to get this little secondary diversity ELRS antenna just kind of tucked in between the USB port and these power leads. It's just kind of like the perfect little spot for it to keep it out of the way. And then I run it up the back of the frame. All right, so our BLV4 is ready to go. And let's make sure that these grommets are in here all the way. And now we're going to throw it into the frame. So red is right. So we put this little double 2S jibby jabby through the back there. And then we're going to just drop this down. I think I'm good, right? Nothing else on the bottom needs to get dealt with. Yeah. All right, so let's drop this guy down. And come on now. There we go. Get in there, little fella. You know, the newbie drone AIO fits pretty tight into the Cockroach 75 frame. I mean, it does fit. But the Cockroach 75 frame, I would love for it to be ever so slightly bigger if I'm going to pick nits. So I'm going to run this ELRS antenna a little bit different. I'm going to run it down on the bottom, actually. So there's actually grooves in the frame for it, which I've never noticed until just now. That's pretty cool. So I'm just going to push it down to run it under, and that way it'll never, ever, ever get into the propellers. It's probably fine up top, but yeah, there's these really nice little grooves in the bottom of the frame that I think it's kind of meant to sit in. And then yeah, I can even run the antenna back upwards. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to then turn the antenna. I can shut this soldering iron off. I can turn this antenna and just run it up, and it'll be completely held in. That's pretty slick. So yeah, the BLV4 has some form of diversity in the on the ELRS side of things. So here's what I just did. This is pretty fancy. So there's a little tiny groove in the frame there. See how that ELRS black antenna is sitting in that little groove in the frame? Isn't that cool? And then I'm sending it back out the top. And look, there's even a groove. There's even a groove in the back there for it to kind of sit in. See it? Look at that, yo. That is gorgeous. That is the most satisfying thing ever. Man, that's pretty slick. Okay. So, and then we're gonna run the little Immortal T. It's not an Immortal T. It's a mini T. In the back of the goober canopy. Chase says, would you have any Zeus Juice 25,802 motors I can buy off of you? I do not, Chase. All of the ones that I have just went on that build. But Jesse still sells them. Jesse still has them. So you can go snag a set. I actually just checked on that the other day, weirdly. Oh, this little Immortal T antenna has provisions to for these little guys. Crap. Well, I can probably sneak this. Okay, so I'm actually going to use the other Immortal T that I just put away because there's no way that I am unscrewing that goober canopy again. And there is a way that I can tuck this up that is not going to cause any issues. So hold on, let me grab that other Immortal T that doesn't have this little TPU printed piece on it that I literally just put away earlier in the stream. I don't know what's going on with my nose. I'm having a fucking allergy attack all of a sudden. EVAPTV says, wait, BLV4 is diversity ELRS? It is. It is. Yeah, I don't think it's like true diversity, but it's they say it's diversity, so I don't know. There must be something happening. So yeah, there's a piece of plastic in here, and I can just sneak the wire through, and then that thing is just gonna sit right there, all nice like. Yeah, that is quite nice, and I might even be able to push it in a little bit farther. Oh, although wait, I'm gonna have the these little loopies going through there too. So hold on, this is not the one that I want to use. I've got another one. Maybe I'll use another black one. Well, let's see. These little bunny ears are interesting. Alright, so I've got another black one and another red one. Let's see which one puts the camera less far forward, because that's what I want. Let's compare the two red ones first. And so that sits there. Okay, so this red one is higher, but it's the same amount forward, okay? And then this black one here is probably identical. Yep, this black one's identical. Okay, so I'm going to use the... Am I going to use the higher one? I wish it wasn't I wish it was a little bit less far forward. It might be. It's kind of hard to tell holding them up like this. But man, it is a lot higher. Should I get that lined up? All right, yeah, I'm going to use this. I'm going to use this slightly higher one. I think this is going to be a little bit better. So how is this all going to... Man, I got a lot of stuff crammed in the top of this goober canopy. Good Lord. There's an Immortal T antenna. There's about to be a big chunk of TPU. So this chunk of TPU is going to sit really far forward. It's going to need to sit for... I'm going to take the Immortal T out for right now. I'm going to put the bunny ear mount on. And then let's just see what kind of space I'm left with. You know what? No, we're going to be completely fine. Because this is going to sit back here like this. And then the Immortal T can just kind of hang out right up in there. So, okay, we're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. I'm going to put this back in here. And I got a perfect little spot. So just fish it through. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave it like that. And then that gives me the space to put this up above it. Yeah. Here we go. All right, cool. So let's get this bunny ear mount screwed in. Okay. Hey, T-Motor, any chance of a 702 in the future? Maybe like a 30,000 kV? That would be amazing. That is really the hot new 65 millimeter tiny whoop motor size for sure. And with all the kV, it would be great too. Or another 1.2 inch bi-blade would be amazing. The Gem Fan bi-blade is really good. But another option would be incredible, especially if there were some color options. The Gem Fan bi-blade only comes in gray. It would be amazing to have some different colored 1.2 inch bi-blades. I know a lot of folks are digging on them. But yeah, a 702 like 30,000 or even 32. A lot of our favorite motor right now is the new Tiny Whoop 0702 32,000 kV motor. I know that sounds insane. It's because it is insane, but it's insane in a really good way. It's a really incredible motor. It doesn't, and what's really interesting about it is that it doesn't make much more power than the 30,000s on a thrust stand, but then in the air, it absolutely, like, in a blind test, I would be able to tell the difference between the 30s and the 32s 10 out of 10. It's a very obvious difference, and it's just incredible. So those two things, those would be my my number one wants. And just more 702 motor options would be great. Like Happy Model is the only show in town right now, and they're doing a great job. But I mean, maybe like we don't know. Like, and maybe they're making the best one, but maybe a T-Motor 702 would be even better. It's tough to know with no other 702 options. I know from talking to Jesse quite a bit from Tiny Whoop that 702s are difficult to make. Happy Model for the longest time. Ooh, that sits in there perfectly. Oh! I know that 702s are difficult to make for a long time. Happy Model just said no. Like they wouldn't do it. But yeah, now that they've been doing it, those motors are so good. They are so good. So there we go, friends. This is going to be the clear and red rig. I almost did blue, but I didn't. Cool. So we've got BLV4, and we are going to hook that up to the IPEX connector, which is over here. This is where the fun really begins. There are 3 things from this goober canopy that need to be plugged in here. And there's probably like a right order to do these in, but I don't know what that right order is, so I'm just going to take some guesses. I also need to kind of pay attention to how I'm going to route some of these cables, so this guy has to go back up front. So let's plug this IPEX in first, because they're just the most difficult, hands down. See if we can get it. Not yet. Let's try again. Come on, little guy. Oh boy. Okay. Hey, also T-Motor, what? So your 1S AIO, somebody in my chat the other day was saying that there's no current sensing on that. What's the so like I told him to use the virtual current rating. Like all the other Tiny Whoop boards have current sensing. Was that like, is it just not working? Is the chip not on the board? Any idea what's happening there? The virtual current rating should work fine. It's not turned on by default. I have my AAO. I just recently got it, and I'm going to be doing a build on it probably next week. So I'll be able to weigh in a little bit more. But I'm wondering if there's anybody there that knows. I'm probably going to use that build. I work with Joshua on his website, FPV Know It All, and I'm probably going to use that AIO for his for one of the builds on his Tiny Whoop page. So yeah, I would love to know, just so that I can kind of in the build description say, like, you know, hey, this is a just have a little bit more info to kind of give folks. I think for the time being, as long as it works at least, I'm just gonna put in the description of it like, hey, you're gonna need to turn on the virtual current sensor in the power menu, which is a pretty easy thing to do. I mean, that's no big deal. All right, there we go. There's all three things plugged in. That was not nearly as bad as I thought. All right, so there we have it. Did I miss T-Motor? Are they already gone? They might be already gone. Man, there is a lot going on here. We got an Immortal T antenna. We've got a Singularity. We've got all kinds of stuff. Jeez. Well, that's it, yo. That's how to change your tiny lifter into a BLV4. Where the hell is my screwdriver? There it is. So let's put these big long... Wait, hold on. Let's put the front screw in first. It's a mistake that I've made way too many times on these tiny lifter builds. Or just newbie drone builds in general. Once you have the goober canopy on, you don't have access to the front screw hole. Kind of annoying, but... Alright, there we go. Front is on. Now we're going to do sides and rear with these ultra crazy long Mobula 7 HD, I want to guess, screws. The Phillips part of these screws is obnoxiously small, and you got to use a really small screwdriver to not, small tipped screwdriver to not strip them out. Kind of frustrating, but not the end of the world. 1, 2. Okay. And here comes number 3. There was a weird amount of tension on the goober canopy just now, but then it just like snapped into place. I guess something was kind of hung up. But we should be good now. I wish this frame and these goober canopies were a little bit more durable. These tiny lifters, like, you really got to be careful. There's just no way to fly these freestyle, because like any kind of a crash and either the canopy or the frame breaks. It's kind of where the tiny lifter name comes from, in that, like, you have to fly this like a lifter, like you really do, and you know, a Cinelifter has a many thousands of dollars worth of camera on it, so you fly those things very carefully. So that's kind of where the ethos of that came from with this. I'm gonna put a little dab of E6000 on the rear to hold this antenna in, just the tiniest little bit. Morton Upshot says, you said Happy Model makes the Tiny Whoop motors. Loving the ideas of onesies. Yeah, all of those are made by Happy Model. They're great motors. At the moment, the Happy Model Tiny Whoop motors are unquestionably the best. There's just no competition. Which kind of makes sense. They've been doing them the longest. and they've been making the most varieties. So, makes a lot of sense. All right. Just going to pull this antenna ever so slightly out the back here. There we go. We are E6000 up. That will stay in there for sure. Let me look at that under the loop just to make sure I get enough in there. Yeah, no, it's perfect. Sweet. That's going to be annoying when I have to take this thing apart because I'm totally going to forget that that's glued down there and I'm going to be yanking on it like an idiot and probably going to break it. But luckily I have more of those little antennas. CMYK just got a package from you with motors and props. Thanks. You're certainly welcome. That was a giveaway win. Frank Nicholas says, Newbie drone Acrobee BLV4 ELRS 2.4 seems to have 3 antennas. T, one out of the canopy, one out of the bottom. The ELRS is the one out of the bottom and the T, and then the other one is the video. CMYK, see photos here and what I see on my original rig. Yeah, no, I know that's on their product page. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Frank. The other one is the video antenna. CMYK says 1103, 11,000, good for a tiny lifter. Yeah, for sure. But I don't know of any 1103s that are 3 screw. All of the 1103s I've ever seen are 4 bolt, and that will not work with this cockroach frame. So at that point, you're probably moving up to like a 2-inch prop, which is fine. You're just going to gain weight and noise. B-Man says, CiottiFPV still on. What's up? Just finishing these little fellas up. Eva FPV says, ELRS with antenna diversity and tiny whoops. What a time to be alive. I know, right? What a time to be alive indeed. The BLV4 is just like, it might as well be made for these tiny lifters, right? Like all that extra range. And then the BLV4 also has the 400 milliwatt, 400 million watt VTX option. So yeah, really, really cool little setup here. Should I put this camera in here? God, I forget which side the wires come out. I think they come out the side there. I'm going to do this one more time here. One more time. Only because it's the BI camera and it should easily drop in here. One more torture session with the goober canopy. Here we go. Okay. Get on there, you little jerk. Come on. Come on, little buddy. You can do it. You can do it. Get in there. Get in there, little buddy. Get up. Get up and over. Get up and over. There you go. Yay. I hope I'm putting this camera in right side up. I might not be. Okay, get in your little slot. There it is. Okay, it's in the slot. And then push this guy down. Push the front part down. Okay. This part needs to come over. All right, well, the one side is lined up, so let's get the one side started. Okay, cool. One side is started. The other side is always too far forward. That's always the problem with these. And it's like a little pointy bastard, so it always kind of sticks in just wrong. There we... Nope. There it is. Got it. That was not too bad. Maybe I'm getting better at it. All right. So that's good to go. No, put it back there. Get it organized, yo. Marshmallow Hunter says, what kind of plug is on the Runcam Nano? I'm looking to change the plug of my Caddx Ant Nano to make it work my Mobile 6. I don't know what the name of it is, but this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. is this plug. Come on, you bastard, focus on it. Is that plug. There it is. It's that one. There you go. CMYK says, use them for my stealth toothpick build. Very cool. Want freestyle some of the spots in Silicon Valley without drawing too much attention. Oh, hell yeah. That's going to be cool. That's going to be real cool. So yeah, there it is. There's the tiniest of lifters. I might wrap this stream up a little bit early, friends. Let me get this guy plugged in. I've got E6000 on that camera mount. I don't want to, like, get that all over everything. I've been going for a while, and, like, my voice is starting to go. Weirdly, it was all that auctioneering. It just annihilated my voice. Serves me right. But let's at least get these motors plugged in. I think I'm just gonna do like a little bit of a dump from the one to the other. Although no, I guess I shouldn't do that. Let's see how this thing does. Let's put this up in the air at least. I'm not gonna put the camera on it, but let me make sure that it doesn't flip out on 2S. It shouldn't, because the motors are low enough kV. But God only knows, right? We're going to a BMI 270 gyro, and actually, you know what? I'm gonna plug the V3. I forget what gyro is on the V3, so I'm gonna plug the V3 in and do a status in the CLI, and we'll see what gyro is on there. I don't remember. I think it's the ICM, but I'm not totally sure. Okay. This little guy in here. And there we go with that. Last one. Get in there, you little devil. There it is. Is there a football game on last night? Was that a thing? I heard the Eagles lost. Man, do I not care about football. Man, of all the things in the world that I don't care about, I think football is on the top of the list. Hey, there it be. All right, let's take 2 of these batteries and ram them home. And we'll see what the hell happens with this thing when we arm it. Should be fine, but you never know. Okay, just getting these guys out of the way. And which direction are you little fellas going to want to be plugged in? Flat side away? Sure. Flat side away. See, here's how the batteries sit in this thing. It's got this nice little 3D printed piece. And then you just ram them home. And it holds them. What I like about this is that it holds these batteries like all inside the center of gravity. It's like it really works well for the CG. Although, you know, what's interesting about that is with the Insta360 Go 2 being up so high, there's a chance this rig would actually fly better with the batteries hanging down lower to offset the how high the Insta360 Go 2 is. But I don't know about that. That's like saying that, you know, heavier rigs fly better because donkeys and uncles. And, you know, we know that's not true. So, yeah, I don't know about that. Like, on one hand, it would balance the vertical CG out a little bit more, but on the other hand, you're putting even more weight on that vertical axis, which is not a great thing. It didn't explode. I just realized that I'm probably going to need to plug into the USB port, so I'm going to have to take those batteries out. But we're just going to arm it really quick and see what the hell happens. Because that's how we roll around here. We just be arming stuff. Let's see what happens. Arming! Ah! EveFPV says, I think the camera plug is JST SH 1.25 at 3-pin. I forget who asked it as well. Arming! Alright, we're connected. Nope. Motors are not spinning in the right direction. Let's get into Betaflight. What's happening? Yes, power down. Okay, let's undo all the plugging in that we just did and battery inserting that we just did. I forgot about that. It wasn't, it didn't immediately go completely banana pants though, so that was good. Okay, here we go into Betaflight. I didn't really have anything crazy setup wise on the other tiny lifters. It was more about getting the mechanical system into a good place, finding a set of the Betaflight 1102s that were well balanced. That took some time, and then just kind of getting everything neat and tidy. This build is even neater and tidier because it's there's no external receiver, so this should, in theory, fly even better. This is going to be a little sketchy. On 2S, this thing does have some power. So don't do this with the props on. This is kind of dumb. But we're going to be alright. 1S is really the only time that you should be doing this. Oh, God. Oh, boy, they're spinning so hard. Motor 1 is wrong. Motor 2 is right. Motor 3 is wrong. That's weird. Usually when 1 is wrong, 4 is wrong. And then 4 is right. Stop motors, close, and let's pull a battery. All right. The banana pants emojis. Okay. Let's quad X, motor direction reverse, D-shot 300, great. PID tuning. Oh. What? Did I really do this to the PID tune? That's interesting. Pitch damping and pitch tracking, let's turn up a little bit. That's right. This thing wouldn't allow me to really tune it all that much. Motor output limit is at 100%. That's fine. Thrust linear is at 10. We're going to take this dynamic damping advanced down to 0 and put the gain up to 40. Jitter reduction is high at 15. That's okay. It's a cinematic rig. Save this. Well, I mean, it is 2S, and it's got an awful lot of power. So this super basic tune might actually be okay. Although I think I'm going to do this. I think I'm going to back off the master multiplier, and I'm going to put some extra D gain in and some P and I gain in here. And I think I'm going to leave it right around there, just for the time being. This looks good. The throttle midpoint is almost certainly going to need to go up once it has the camera on it. It is loaded down with that camera. And then our filtering... Oh, I need to get RPM filtering going on this rig. But let's see how it is with this. 3 dynamic notches. We got a lot of D-term filtering. I'm fine with that. Yeah, let's leave this alone. Let's leave this as it is, and we'll just see how it be. All right. This is a good, almost stock starting point. Nothing wrong with that. I recommend that a lot of the times. I usually can kind of skip that by knowing, like, having done a similar build. But this is a BMI 270 gyro, so and that's, yeah, they seem to be. I know that in some of the testing, the BMI gyros seem to be like exactly the same as the MPU 6000, but in my experience, they've needed significant additional filtering. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. Here we go. Now the props are going to spin the right direction. And we're going to have either an explosion or a good time. Not sure which. This is the rig with the Caddx Ant camera. Looks pretty good.
Welcome to OpenTX.
Welcome. All right. Listen to how loud the beeper is on this rig compared to a regular Tiny Whoop. Come on. What? I didn't change anything. Why would it not want to arm? What's happening? What are you upset about, little guy? Oh, it's in... Why? Why is it in bind mode? Why did it lose its bind? Oh no, there it goes. Now it's fine. Hey, now it's fine. That was weird. Oh man, it is struggling. It's not in failsafe though. What the hell is going on here? What is happening with the the OSD too? The OSD is all ugly. Oh, there it goes. What? What? Okay, that was strange. Oh boy, it's upset with me. Oh, the motors are still fucked up. What in the hell is happening here, yo? Something ain't right. Something ain't right at all. Is one of these batteries dead? The hell's going on with this? Let's pull these batteries and check their voltage. It smells a little bit like an electrical fire, though. So, I don't know. Maybe this BLV4 is not a fan. Nope, these batteries are charged. Maybe it is not a fan of 2S. It's rated for it. But, I mean, who knows in the real world? That was acting real weird. Like, real weird. Everything looks okay. Motors are plugged in all the way. Two of the motors were definitely not spinning in the right direction, though. Which is super strange. Well, this might be a part of the problem. It looks like the heat sink is... Looks like a bunch of this stuff is fouling on the frame on the bottom. What is that about? The plug for the ELRS is hitting this little internal webbing part of the frame. And then it looks like the heat sink is also hitting on it. I've cut the little internal webbing part out before. So I might just need to do that, but it ain't gonna happen tonight. And that wouldn't affect that wouldn't do anything. It wouldn't have anything to do with that weirdness that we just had with the receiver and it telling us bad RX and failsafe and all that. That doesn't make any sense. This was completely fine on 1S. which is a little creepy. That's not good news. Not good news at all. Let's put these batteries back in it. Sometimes you just need to unplug things and plug them back in. But it did do it twice in a row there. And it does smell like an electrical fire. I did very specifically ask Dalton, though, from Newbie Drone, about the BLV4 and 2S. And he said, yep, 2S fine. Don't forget to blow into it. Yeah. I guess it could just be overheated. Okay, let's see. All right, so 2 of the motors are definitely spinning the wrong direction. So turtle mode is like a mess. Turtle mode is acting real weird. Real weird. It's like the motors are bogging down in some weird way. This is not great. This is not making much sense. Are all these motors free? Are they all spinning freely? That one's fine. That one's fine. That one's fine. That one's fine. Okay. I don't know about this. This might have been a mistake right before this trip. I mean, it's fine. It's probably not any scenarios that I'm going to be flying a tiny lifter on this trip, but was looking forward to bringing it, I'll be honest. Let's get these motors spinning the right direction again. I mean, you guys saw me do it. I don't really know what the hell's going on here, but okay, motor direction. I still understand the risks. Wizard, start and spin. Motor 1 is now wrong for some reason. Although a minute ago it was fine. Motor 2 is correct, but a minute ago it was fine. Or it was wrong a minute ago. Motor 3 is wrong again. Motor 4 is right again, but it was wrong a second ago. Stop motors. Close. I don't know what else to do. It's set up for props out. Oh, do I need to reorder the motors? No. Okay, no, that's 1. 1. 2. 3. 4. Okay, no, that's good. Let's hook back up to it, and let's check the motor direction again. What the hell? Why are you not saving it, yo? 1 is wrong again. 2 is right again. 3 is wrong again. Why is it not saving? Yeah, it's not saving it. 1 and 3 are wrong every time, but it won't save it. What? Bueller? So I guess we will reverse the motors the old school way. Flight controller is not rotated. Connect. Read settings. Oh, is this thing still not... Oh, that's right. It does reset every time you open it. That's right. But it's not saving it. It's weird. Oh, hey, there it goes. Blue Jay 0.16. Let's get it updated. Flash all ESCs. Let's get it onto 0.18.1. 48. And we are going to Flash. Cool. Adam C, that's a great idea. Change your idle by 0.01, hit save. I've never had the problem before. I've been using this for literally over a year, and I've never had it act like this before. It's very, very weird. But I mean, no reason not to reverse it in here. That'll be totally fine. 1 and 3 are the problem, and they're both saying reversed in here, so that's kind of silly. Let's just put them all to normal. What the hell? All right, and we've updated to 0.18. That's pretty exciting. So let's go from reversed to normal and reversed to normal. And we're going to turn on, break on, stop. We're going to turn the beacon down to 2 minutes. We're going to turn these volumes up a little bit. And it looks like the startup power is already maxed. That's interesting. Right settings. All right, cool. Disconnect. Let's go back into Betaflight. And we're going to check the motor direction again. Okay, wizard, start and spin. Oh, that ain't good. Oh boy, we are having some issues here. Oh, there we go, now we're fine. Motor 1 is somehow wrong again. Motor 2 is correct. Motor 3 is somehow wrong again. What the hell? Motor 4. Okay, stop motors. Close. 4.51. Save and reboot. Alright. Let's do this. Come in here. And we'll do this. There we go. Now we can check them. Motor 1 is correct. 2 is correct. 3 is correct. 4 is correct. Alright, great. Now we are talking. Pull power, pull USB. That was weird, man. This BLV4 has been very weird. There's just been a bunch of things that this has done that have been very puzzling. I mean, this one here is way better than the original one that they sent me in the Bind and Fly, so that's great. But yeah, there's been a significant amount of weirdness to this BLV4 thus far. But I think maybe I remember that from the BLV3 as well. Maybe not. I don't know. All right, so should be fine. Oh, transmitter's off. The receiver was being really weird, though. That was super strange. Weird fail-safe shit. And, like, this thing was totally fine on 1S. Remember? Like, it was good to go on 1S. I gotta fix that OSD. It's all kinds of screwy. All right, here we go. Nope, it's fucked up again. No, it won't fly. It's spinning the motors the wrong way. Yep, motors 3 and 4 are wrong again. What the fuck, yo? Oh, the propellers are on wrong. I'm the worst. I'm just the worst. All the nope, just the front propellers are on wrong. Nothing like making the same mistakes over and over and over and over again. Oh man, these propellers are hard to get off too. Oh man, these props are really hard to get off. Oh boy. These are the all quad blade propellers are really hard to get off. Oh god. Hold on. I might need to use the I think I need to use the old chip lifter here. At least just to get them started. Oh man, these are on here. Oh boy. Oh boy, there it goes. There it goes. Okay. Get off. All right, there's one. And here comes number 2. The chip lifter does not work as well on 1.5mm motor shafts. It works way better on 1mm motor shaft motors, for the record, because the little slot in the chip lifter fits perfectly into the onto the 1mm motor shaft. Come on, you bastard. Get out of there. Get off. Get off. There we go. Whew. Stupid quad blades. Get off. Get off, little jerk. Get off. There we go. Okay, let's put this one on this motor. Oh, nope, nope, nope. That's not centered. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Get off of there. Come on now. Get. There we go. Okay, now we good. This'll work way better. That's the way it should be. Turtle mode was still working, was still being really weird though, for the record. I don't know what the hell that was about. But we'll investigate that more in a minute. Oh, no, okay. Hey! Nice and quiet when I chop the throttle. Seems fine. I'm actually flying it through the OBS window right now. Not that much latency. Oh, this is a weird game. Oh, this is a weird game, flying it through the stream. Oh, this is dumb. This is dumb, dumb, dumb. Wow, that was weird seeing it come right at me. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, no, no, no. No shooting gaps. I did that one. That's all. Amps are nice and low. It's fine, yo. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Let's put the Insta360 Go on it. See how much less fine it becomes. This rig, like, once this camera goes on top, everything changes with this rig. It's really wild, the difference that the... I mean, I guess it's not really all that wild. It's fucking 26 grams up really high. It's anything but weird. Let me make sure turtle mode's working, though, because if turtle mode ain't gonna work, we're gonna have issues. So, turtle mode. Nah, it's fine now. No, it does act weird. It doesn't... Turtle mode does not like only one motor. It wants you to do 2 motors at a time. When you do just one motor in turtle mode, it like kills the power to the motor in some weird way. That's strange. That's very, very weird. I don't like that. But I mean, usually you can just blast 2 motors. It's probably fine. All right, camera's on there. I'm gonna put the goggles on here. Because it is a little difficult to fly. Ooh, it looks great in the goggles. It does not look great on the OBS screen. but it looks really nice in the goggles. So look at the amp, look how much higher the amps are now. Man, this camera really struggles inside. Yeah, this Caddx ant always has problems inside, so I'm not surprised to see it looking like hell. All right, let's do some flips and rolls to really test this tune out. Okay. Oh yeah, it needs more. Okay, let's try a flip. Oh wow, yeah, it needs a lot more. Let's do it. Simplified tuning, we'll just do it on the master multiplier. That's the easy button. Let's try that. See if it'll take that without cooking. Oh, this is the other problem with this. It doesn't have enough power to turtle mode. Fuck. Oh, I don't like that. The BLV3 is not like that. Something going on here. There's something a little funny. Something a little funny happening here. The BLV3 does not have that issue. If this rig does not have turtle mode, I'm going to go back to the BLV3 because that is a great way to lose a $300 Insta360 Go too. And homie don't play that. Oh, all right. Oh, God. Battery was low, but still. It wasn't flashing low battery, and it was not able to turtle mode back over. Let's put fresh batteries on it, though, and we'll see if it's any better. Also, let me hook these batteries up to Betaflight. I'm sorry, to the checker. 3.16. Oof. 3.69. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that it over discharged the one battery but not the other. Also, let me see what gyro is on the previous flight controller that was on this rig. The BLV3. Real quick like. Come in here, Betaflight, B-Brain BLV3, CLI, status. What? There we go. MPU 6000. What? I didn't think the BLV3s came with the MPU 6000. What the shit? Oh, man. What? I took out an MPU 6000 gyro from this damn thing? That was stupid. All right, fresh batteries. Let's see if it'll turtle mode over. The problem is, though, like, if I need to turtle mode, it'll probably be, it could very easily be, it's not going to be fresh batteries. It's going to be batteries that are run in a little bit. Ooh, that is creepy. That is creepy that it wouldn't throw itself back over on turtle mode. It's always had a little bit of trouble on turtle mode, but it's always been able to do it. Just now, it didn't even budge. Like, it was just like, nope, we ain't moving, homie. We out. So, let me fly it around a little bit. I didn't even get a chance to do a flip or roll to see if that change to the tune helped or hurt. God, this OSD is so stupid. You know, it's interesting that the image is not getting much darker with the OSD on. Oh God, don't do the weird OSD shit, please. What the hell was that? Oh no. That is a desync, my friends. Oh no. Oh boy. I think this BLV4 just cooked. Oh no. Oh, it smells like electricity. It smells a lot like electricity. buddy. We have got problems. Oh, no. What is happening, little guy? Hold on. Let me take a closer look here. No, I mean, that IPEX is fine. It looks like there's no clearance on the bottom, but there actually is. It's fine. I was thinking maybe the frame is pushing up against the plastic, but there's just like the tiniest little bit of clearance, so it's actually okay. Nikes. You know, as a matter of fact, when I talked to Dalton about the 2S, on this BLV4, now that I think about it, he said that they focused on making it more durable for 2S. On 2S. So, yeah. Well, let's put power to it again. And, I mean, let's just try to fly it again. Oh, man. I mean, I can always swap the V3 back into it. The V3's been totally fine. Well, let me check the voltage on these batteries, I guess. Brunswick Bean says, have you played around with 4.4 anti-gravity? No, I haven't even read up on it or anything. Brunswick Bean says, can you do a CLI command to change crash trip percent? There is something in the CLI, but it doesn't do what you would think it does. It controls the expo on the crash flip, and it doesn't really make a drastic difference either, so it's kind of pointless. Yeah. I did confirm a while ago that when you're in crash flip, it gives 100% power. So yeah, I've got, although man, this thing is it is very obviously not giving me 100% power. Maybe it is, I don't know, but man, it is acting weird. There's something up. Oh, we got a situation here, friends. Left rear motor is twitchy. Oh yeah, left rear motor is not happy with the world. Plug is all the way in. Motor spins freely. Yeah, perfectly free. Just like the other ones. I mean, technically, maybe a motor just cooked. The windings seem to look fine, though. Left rear motor is done. Yep. Left rear motor or ESC channel are done, either or. Yikes. My guess is going to be ESC channel, but let me take a look at the windings. It's hard to see the windings, but they're perfectly copper. I look on the bottom. Nah, motor's fine. ESC cooked. That would make sense. Those weird desyncs. Alright, well, no, a little spot down here on the windings. What's that? What's happening down there? What's happening down there? What's that? Hold on. Jam something in there. Nah, it's just a little piece of dirt. Plug it in one more time. Give it one more shot. And nope. ESC number 3 has died. There's the end of that. Well, I broke 2 75mm rigs today. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna not break anything else. I don't know. Motors weren't getting hot. It was, man, was it acting weird. And yeah, I don't know. I'll put it back on a V3 and let Kelvin know what happened, and I don't know. This is already the second one that he sent me. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't necessarily want to send me a third, and I can't blame him. But yeah, I'll put the V3 back into this, and it'll be back up in the air. That's a shame. I was really looking forward to taking advantage of the Immortal T ELRS range. But worked fine on the V3. It was working great on the V3. Here's a link to a video that I recorded with this thing. Was it this one or was it the Betaflight rig? I don't remember which one this was, but here's something for you to watch while I lick my wounds. Just try wiping it with your t-shirt. Nope, nor will I. Yeah. Don't copy donk me. Share, copy link. Yeah, I filmed this with this rig, and it was just amazing. So there you go. No, it's not master multiplier related, 661. It would exhibit different behaviors than it is. There would be obvious oscillations. I can swap the motors, but man, it was acting real weird, like across the board. Did not seem to like 2S. And I have this BLV3 and another BLV3. So on one hand, I know that those work. It kind of makes sense to just sort of stick with them. I know that's not the sexiest thing to do, but yeah. I can't really get to the FETs to see if that motor will wake back up, but that's the way it is sometimes. All right, friends, I'm gonna shut this down. It is 12:03. Look at us go. Right on 12 o'clock. Thanks for hanging out. My name's Aaron Ciotti. Head on over to CiottiFPV.com, click all the buttons, and I'll keep doing this full time forever. Thanks for hanging out. Bye-bye. Here comes a little bit more of the flying from today with the 75mm rig. I'll throw some music on top of it this time though. Enjoy. I'll see you guys on Whoop Wednesday. We'll talk more about what the hell happened. Maybe I'll have some feedback by then. Later.